Chapter 4069. Great-grandfather? Inside the spatial divine object. Qin Feiyang was drinking tea while looking at Jiang Yuquan in the image with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Yes. Jiang Yuquan is the great-grandson of the 10th Venerable. It is precisely because of this relationship that Jiang Yuquan has the right to be arrogant and domineering. Long Chen smiled. Then, isn't this 10th Venerable also Jiang Yunshuang's great-grandfather? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. They are cousins, so naturally they are of the same lineage. Long Chen nodded. This is interesting. You control Jiang Yuquan. I want to snatch Jiang Yunshuang's war soul. At that time, I'm afraid this 10th Venerable will not rest until we are dead. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Are you afraid? Long Chen looked at him playfully. Afraid? Qin Feiyang smiled. He was afraid that he would not come. He looked at Jiang Yuquan in the image again and looked at Long Chen meaningfully. Your soul control technique is a bit beyond my imagination. It's okay. Soul control technique is equivalent to the combination of slavery seal and puppet technique, but it can't read the other party's memory. Long Chen smiled. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. No wonder this person looked like a puppet. It will be a bit troublesome to find them one by one. Why don't we ask Jiang Yuquan to call Jiang Yunshuang and the other two over and get rid of them together? Madman asked. That's for sure. By the way, we can also take some spirit veins and crystal veins away. Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman heard this and asked, then why don't we go to the God Race's treasure vault again? Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly lit up. The God Race's treasure vault must have a lot of inheritances of ultimate profound. If they could catch all of them in one net, wouldn't they be rich? Don't think about it. I've already asked around. Even Jiang Yuquan doesn't know where the Protoss treasure vault is. White-eyed Wolf shook his head regretfully. No way. Jiang Yuquan is a direct descendant. Madman was stunned. In the entire God race, only the Divine King knows the location of the treasury. Even the 10 Venerables don't know. There are even rumors that the Divine King carries the treasury with him. The White-eyed Wolf shook his head. So cautious? Madman and Li Feng looked at each other. It's reasonable. After all, this is the God Race's treasury. The Divine King will definitely be extra careful. Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, I have the feeling that the Divine King, the autarch of the human race, didn't have that many ultimate legacies. Most likely, they were all in the hands of the Sovereign Lord. Long Chen guessed after thinking for a while. That makes sense. Otherwise, the Divine Kingdom wouldn't only have so few people with the will of the heavens. Long Qin nodded. If the 3 Venerables really had a large number of ultimate legacies, then they could let Jiang Yunshuang and the other youngsters fuse with them. This way, when they fought against them in the Sky Cloud realm, they could completely crush them. But all this time, people like Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang hadn't grasped the will of the heavens. This meant that the ultimate legacies were most likely in the hands of the Divine Kingdom's sovereign. If the monarch and the others wanted the legacies, they would have to ask the Divine Kingdom's sovereign. Outside, in front of the entrance of the Divine Island, was a magnificent city. This city was called Divine City. It covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. The grand halls were dazzling and the wide streets were bustling. There were millions of Protoss in this city alone. One had to know. Those who could live in Divine City were all direct descendants of the Protoss. If there were so many direct descendants of the Protoss, one could imagine how many collateral descendants there were. Behind the city was a stretch of undulating mountains. Giant peaks towered into the sky, shrouded in clouds. It was like a fairyland. This stretch of mountains was a forbidden area in the eyes of the Protoss direct descendants. It had a famous name, Divine Mountain. This was because most people could only live in the Divine City. Those who were qualified to enter the Divine Mountain were only true descendants like Jiang Yuquan. There was a big difference between the collateral descendants and the direct descendants, and there were some differences between the direct descendants and the direct descendants. The direct descendants were the ones with real power and influence. The Divine King, the 10 Venerables, and the old antiques of the Protoss all lived in this divine mountain. Jiang Yukuan's residence was also here. Finally, Jiang Yukuan crossed the divine city and entered Divine Mountain. The place was lush with vegetation and auspicious beasts. The rich spiritual essence was more than 10 times that of the divine city outside. Judging from the rich spiritual essence, there were at least 1 million spirit veins and crystal veins buried under the divine mountain. To the Black Tortoise world, this was a huge treasure trove. On the divine mountain, there were no large and magnificent buildings. There were only ancient pavilions scattered between the mountains and the peaks. It seemed incomparably quiet, like a paradise. Several hundred breaths passed. Under Long Chen's order, Jiang Yukuan arrived above a lake. The lake at night was quiet and still. Beside the lake, there was a courtyard. Flowers bloomed all around, attracting bees and butterflies. The main hall of the pavilion. All kinds of exquisite jade artifacts were dazzling. Jiang Yukuan entered the main hall and closed the door. Qin Feiyang and the rest appeared, but they concealed their presence. Long Chen's gaze swept over the main hall, then he looked at Jiang Yukuan with a smile. Go call Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan here in your name. Yes. Jiang Yukuan responded, then turned around and left in quick steps. He was really obedient. Li Feng looked at Jiang Yukuan's back and asked curiously, is he a puppet now, or does he have his own consciousness? In my eyes, he is a puppet, but in the eyes of others, he is no different from an ordinary person. Long Chen smiled faintly. Soul control technique, so powerful? Madman rubbed his chin and stared at Long Chen, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. One must know. Whether it was the slave seal, puppet technique, or blood soul technique, none of them could achieve this. For example, puppet technique. Before becoming a puppet, it was indeed no different from an ordinary person, but after becoming a puppet, it was like a walking corpse, without the slightest emotion. And this soul control technique. Not only could it turn the other party into a puppet, but it could also retain one's own consciousness. This was obviously more advanced than other control techniques. I have to be careful. I don't want to be controlled by this guy if I'm not careful. Wait. Jiang Yunshuang and the others are now on the Divine Island. Did they leave their divine souls behind? Don't let Jiang Yukuan bring them here and leave their divine souls behind in advance, making us work for nothing. Li Feng suddenly asked. Are you stupid? If it were you, would you leave your divine souls behind to save your life when you return to your own home? When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes. Li Feng was stunned and looked quite embarrassed. It was indeed a very stupid question. He smiled and said, then Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan can also be considered as the Divine Kingdom's prodigies. Hearing this question, the white-eyed wolf and madman immediately looked at Long Qin. Because this was related to the seals of those inheritances. Jiang Yunshuang was a public prodigy of the Divine Kingdom. As long as she was killed, the seal of one box could be unlocked. And if Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan were also considered as the Divine Kingdom's prodigies, then the seal of 2 more boxes could be unlocked. The white-eyed wolf was only 2 ultimate prodigies away from mastering the will of the heavenly Tao. So he was very concerned about this question. And now, the decision was in Long Qin's hands. If Long Qin said that Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan were not considered as the Divine Kingdom's prodigies and that it was useless to kill them, then he could only watch helplessly. Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf playfully and said, "You're sucking up to me." The white-eyed wolf's face suddenly darkened. This damned woman, she was deliberately making things difficult for him. Logically speaking, Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan both had the strongest fighting soul and had comprehended 2 ultimate prodigies of the heavenly Tao. No matter what, they could be considered as the Divine Kingdom's prodigies. Long Chen, don't you care about your sister? Madman's face was a little ugly. Ahem. Longchen coughed dryly and said with a smile, Qin has the final say in this matter. When Madman heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He said fiercely through voice transmission, Brother Wolf, show your masculinity as a man and conquer this damned woman. Conquer her? Brother, you have nothing better to do. The white-eyed wolf secretly snorted coldly. Brother, whether we can unlock the seal in the future depends on her mood. You can't be willful. Even if she asks you to give yourself to her, you have to nod and agree. Madman said. Get lost. This kind of spoiled woman, whoever wants her can have her. I'm not interested. The white-eyed wolf expressed his disdain. For the sake of everyone's future, just bear with it. Don't worry. Fire Dance will definitely support you too. Madman instigated. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched as he glared fiercely at Madman. Wasn't this asking him to sell his body? Although he was indeed very handsome, but at this moment, Madman and the white-eyed wolf's eyelids twitched as they felt a chill enveloping them. They quickly looked at Longchen and saw Longchen's frosty face. Immediately, their faces were full of flattering smiles. Because they found that Longchen's eyes were shining faintly. They were too familiar with it. This was a sign that Longchen had activated his fighting soul. Obviously. Longchen had already activated his fighting soul long ago and heard their conversation. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang, Longchen, and Li Feng looked at them in confusion. That, Sister Long, this, is all little Madman's fault. Don't blame me. I'm very pure, and I also admire you very much. You're not spoiled at all, you're understanding, you're educated and reasonable. You're simply the goddess in our men's hearts. The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly at Longchen. Shut up. Who's your sister Long? Longchen angrily rebuked. But his cheeks were faintly red. There was no need to explain anymore. Qin Feiyang, Longchen, and Li Feng also understood. The white-eyed wolf and Madman must be secretly discussing something. They had angered Longchen. They had caused the trouble themselves, so they had to solve it themselves. Thus, they didn't interrupt. Humph. I originally wanted to fulfill your wish, but now, even if you kill Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan, it doesn't count. At most, it only counts as Jiang Yunshuang's place. Longchen coldly glared at the two of them. Don't. The white-eyed wolf panicked. Madman also panicked and repeatedly apologized. There was no other way. The decision was in the other party's hands. They had to give in. Longchen proudly turned his head. The white-eyed wolf quickly got up and ran to Longchen's side, pouring tea and apologizing. Don't be noisy, they're coming. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked up at the door. The door was tightly shut, and he could clearly sense 4 auras rushing over here. It was Jiang Yukuan, Jiang Yunshuang, and 2 unfamiliar auras. Chapter 4070. Get ready. Long Chen's eyes flashed. He got up and walked behind the door, restraining his aura to the extreme. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and got up one after another. They walked to both sides of the door like ghosts, waiting for Jiang Yunshuang and the others to push the door open and take them down in one fell swoop. Outside, Jiang Yukuan flew in front. Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan followed behind him. The 3 of them looked at Jiang Yukuan's back with a trace of suspicion on their faces. Soon, the 4 of them landed in the courtyard. Brother Kuan, what are you trying to do? Jiang Xing scanned the courtyard and looked at Jiang Yukuan with a cheeky smile. Although he was stronger than Jiang Yukuan, he looked at Jiang Yukuan with a trace of flattery. The reason was simple. Jiang Yukuan was the descendant of the 10 Venerables. He was the real direct descendant. Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan were collateral descendants. It was because of their fighting souls that they broke the rules and went to the Divine Island to cultivate. In terms of status, they were lower than Jiang Yukuan, a playboy. Of course. Collateral descendants like Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan actually looked down on Jiang Yukuan in their hearts. Because people like Jiang Yukuan were not worth mentioning at all. But there was no other way. He was born with an unparalleled identity and status. Don't worry, you'll know later. Jiang Yukuan smiled mysteriously. You'd better not waste my time. Jiang Yunshuang was not happy. She had always been disgusted with this cousin of hers. Except for bullying others and idling around, he had no other advantages. But after all, he was a relative. Sometimes, she still had to give him face. I won't. Jiang Yukuan waved his hand. There seemed to be a trace of fear towards Jiang Yunshuang. You're all here. But just as Jiang Yukuan was about to open the door, a burst of laughter sounded. Father. Second uncle. Uncle. The four of them turned their heads and hurriedly bowed to salute. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a white robe. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a little white hair at the temples, exuding a vicissitude aura. His name was Jiang Qinwu, Jiang Yukuan's father. As Jiang Yukuan's father, his status in the god race was needless to say. He was also considered the backbone of the god race. Why is he here? Long Chen frowned. What is it? Is this person very strong? Qin Feiyang, madman. Li Feng was suspicious. His name is Jiang Qinwu. He's the brother of Jiang Yunshuang's father. As for his strength, he's not bad. However, it's relatively easy for us to take him down. It's just that there might be a huge commotion later. Long Chen secretly transmitted his voice. Doesn't matter. In any case, when we capture Jiang Yunshuang and the others later, it will still cause a big commotion. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately waved his hand. As long as it wasn't someone like the Divine King, there was nothing to worry about. Outside. Jiang Qinwu looked at Jiang Yukuan's group of four and said with a smile, how come you have time to gather together? Jiang Xing changed his playful attitude and replied respectfully, Brother Kuan asked us to come here. He said that he has something to discuss. Hearing this, Jiang Qinwu was surprised. It's not a big deal. Jiang Yukuan waved his hand, looked at Jiang Qinwu suspiciously, and asked, Are you here to look for me? Is there anyone else living here besides you? Jiang Qinwu rolled his eyes, took out an iron box, threw it to Jiang Yukuan, and sighed, There's an inheritance inside. Take it and integrate it. There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. Inheritance? Jiang Yukuan was taken aback and quickly caught the iron box. Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan also immediately stared at the iron box. Their eyes were burning with a trace of jealousy. This was the treatment of a direct descendant. For a branch descendant like them, no matter how hard they worked or how outstanding they were, it was impossible for them to obtain the inheritance of an ultimate profound meaning. What law inheritance is it? Jiang Yunshuang was curious. The law of darkness. Jiang Qinwu smiled. The law of darkness? He had heard of it before. Jiang Yukuan immediately became disinterested and said, Why don't you give me the inheritance of an ultimate law? Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan looked at each other. Look, what kind of nonsense is this? You picked up an inheritance for free and you actually dislike it? If you dislike it, then give it to us. We don't dislike it. You really don't know how lucky you are. Jiang Yunshuang's face suddenly darkened when she heard this, and she said angrily, Do you think the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of an ultimate law is radish or cabbage that can be found everywhere on the street? Didn't you get the inheritance of an ultimate law back then? If you can get it, why can't I? Jiang Yukuan muttered. Jiang Yunshuang was furious. He actually wanted to compete with her. Seeing that Jiang Yunshuang was a little angry, Jiang Qinwu couldn't help but frown and stare at Jiang Yukuan, saying, Don't be ungrateful. Just this inheritance, I humbled myself and asked for it from the great venerables. If you can be more successful, like your cousin, would I be so humble? Jiang Yukuan shrunk his neck and quickly lowered his head. Useless thing, you always embarrass me. Learn more from your cousin, Jiang Xing, and Zishan. Jiang Qinwu snorted coldly and turned to leave with a belly full of anger. Second uncle, take care. Jiang Yunshuang saluted and then looked at Jiang Yukuan, saying angrily, you're asking for a scolding. Huh, Jiang Yukuan smiled and turned to open the door. After the door was opened, an empty hall was revealed. Jiang Yukuan's eyes flashed with a touch of suspicion. Where are they? But when he walked into the hall and saw Qin Feiyang and the others standing on both sides of the door, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yunshuang and the other two outside the door didn't notice Qin Feiyang and the others at all. They also didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the others could enter the island without being noticed. There was no doubt. Jiang Yunshuang followed into the hall. At this moment, murderous intent flashed in Jiang Yukuan's eyes. He suddenly turned around and slapped Jiang Yunshuang's lower abdomen. How could she have expected this? She was completely caught off guard. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out and her chi-si shattered on the spot. What are you doing? Jiang Yunshuang roared. Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan, who hadn't entered the hall, also stared at Jiang Yukuan in shock and anger. Whoosh! The next moment, Qin Feiyang and the others jumped out like lightning. Who is it? Before Jiang Yunshuang and the others could see clearly, Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan also screamed at the same time. Their chi-si shattered on the spot and blood gushed out. Qin Feiyang? Long Chen? Lunatic? Li Feng? Golden-winged Wolf King? Long Qin? Finally. They also saw Qin Feiyang and the others, and their faces suddenly changed. What was going on? Why were these people here? Wait! It's Jiang Yukuan. The three of them quickly turned around and fled like a bolt from the blue. Where do you think you're going? Lunatic, white-eyed wolf. Li Feng laughed and went forward like lightning. He grabbed the necks of the three people and twisted them in his hands like chickens. Jiang Yukuan. You actually colluded with them. Jiang Yunshuang roared. Jiang Yukuan stood respectfully beside Long Chen and said proudly, it's a great honor to be able to serve Master. Master? Jiang Yunshuang was shocked and couldn't help but look at Long Chen. It turned out that he was controlled by Long Chen. Qin Feiyang. Long Chen. How dare you sneak into the holy land of our god clan? At this time, an angry roar sounded and resounded in all directions. It was Jiang Qinwu who had returned. He didn't go far before, so after hearing the noise, he immediately came back to check, but he didn't expect to see this scene. This made him shocked and angry. What? Qin Feiyang? Long Chen? They're on our god's island? Jiang Qinwu's roar startled everyone on the god's island. Impossible. The 10 venerables who were guarding the entrance suddenly stood up, their faces full of disbelief. They opened a space-time tunnel and rushed in like lightning. He had been guarding the entrance and didn't see Qin Feiyang and the others enter the god's island. So, he didn't want to believe it. However, when he landed in the sky above the god's mountain and saw Qin Feiyang and the others below, his face suddenly changed and he roared, Qin Feiyang is attacking, quickly informed the Divine King. It's really Qin Feiyang and the others. How did they get in? Quickly send a message to the Divine King. The entire God's Island instantly fell into chaos. In front of the lake, Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Qianwu and the 10 venerables and said in a deep voice, Li Feng, go to the Black Tortoise world and keep an eye on the 3 of them. Okay. Li Feng nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Li Feng and Jiang Yunshuang immediately disappeared. Shuang, The 10 venerables roared. All the ultimate mysteries were activated in an instant. The will of the heavenly Tao rolled out, emitting a destructive aura. If you're not afraid of destroying the God's Island, you can attack us. Qin Feiyang sneered at his master, and the 3,000 incarnations were activated. He looked at Long Chen, Long Qin, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Quickly help." Now, Qin Feiyang and the others were fearless. Because they were in the god race's territory. They weren't afraid of a fierce battle. But the god race was different. They had too many things to worry about. Just like when the divine kingdom invaded the sky cloud world, the people of the sky cloud world had to worry about many things. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, the 3,000 incarnations, Long Chen's group, and Qin Feiyang's group of 4, all took action. The power of various laws emerged, and like a huge wave, it surged towards the mountains and rivers below. Boom! At this moment, not only the sacred mountain, but the god city outside also erupted with a terrifying aura. These were the powerhouses of the god race. Countless of them. One after another, they rushed over here with murderous intent. The 10 venerables in the sky wanted to take action, but Qin Feiyang's words made them hesitate. This was the god race's headquarters. If they really fought here, the god's island would inevitably collapse. It didn't matter if the god's island collapsed because it could be rebuilt. But the people living here would probably all die once the battle started. It didn't matter if it was a branch descendant. But the problem now was that the people here were the direct descendants of the god race. If all of them died, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the god race. It's really them. What are they doing? Are they robbing us of our crystal veins and spirit veins? Stop them. Bastard, they're going too far. A group of old antiques rushed over, roaring. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 3,000 incarnations sneered. The karma law, destruction law, death law, and life and death law's ultimate profundities were instantly activated. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted. Retreat. Seeing this scene, the 10 venerables' eyes trembled, and they hurriedly shouted. The top powerhouses of the god race were basically brought to Mount Supreme by the Divine King. With the current powerhouses of the god race, it was impossible to block the 3,000 ultimate profundities of the life and death law. Not to mention, there were also 3,000 ultimate profundities of the karma law, destruction law, and death law. This was enough to destroy the entire God's Island, including all the direct descendants and direct descendants. Chapter 4071. In fact, the 10 supremacies didn't even need to remind them. When the 3,000 incarnations activated their ultimate intents, the god race antiques had already sensed a fatal threat and ran away. Not to mention them, even the Divine King wouldn't be able to stop Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations. After all, this was someone who had defeated the king. Boom! Crack! At the same time, the divine mountain below continued to collapse. Numerous spirit veins and crystal veins quickly appeared. These were all top-grade spirit veins and crystal veins. There were a total of 700,000 to 800,000 of them. And this wasn't all the spirit veins and crystal veins on the divine mountain. The situation was urgent, and Qin Feiyang and the others didn't have time to snatch all the spirit veins and crystal veins here. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of spirit veins and crystal veins instantly disappeared without a trace. Then Qin Feiyang shouted, "Let's go." Boom! The 5 supremacies and 3,000 incarnations immediately rushed into the sky with their ultimate intents. The 10 supremacies in the sky saw this scene and quickly retreated. They had to retreat. The 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death were like fully awakened sovereign divine weapons, making one's scalp tingle. Boom! The 3,000 incarnations attacked, and the 1,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death turned into a torrent that blasted into the sky. With a loud bang, an enchantment appeared and was instantly shattered. This was a barrier that the Divine King had personally set up. But in front of the 1,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death, it was as vulnerable as a dead tree. Qin Feiyang and the others rushed out of the divine island. Swish! At this moment, space-time tunnels appeared. Wisps of terrifying auras burst out from the ground. Among them were the auras of the Divine King, the human race's supremacy, Heavenly Lord Ji, the human race's grand supremacies, and others. They're really fast. But before we leave, we still have to give them a greeting gift. Otherwise, we'll be very impolite. Frenzy chuckled. That's what I'm thinking. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth. Boom. After activating the ultimate intent of the 3,000 incarnations, there were still 2,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death, 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma, 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of death, and 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of destruction. At this moment, all the people on the mythical island had fallen into the abyss of despair. It was the same for the 10 venerables. 11,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws, and 2,000 of them were ultimate profundities of the law of life and death. Who could block such a killer move? Whoosh! Finally, the Divine King and the others appeared. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Boom! Without hesitation. With the monarch and the other two taking the lead, they attacked one after another. Millions of God clan members of the God Island were also running away crazily. The barrier had been shattered by Qin Feiyang and the others. For them, it was equivalent to creating a glimmer of hope. Because if the barrier was not shattered, they could only pass through the only entrance. But now, with the barrier broken, they could also escape from the island in all directions like Qin Feiyang and the others. Rumble. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Even if the monarch and the others joined forces to block the 11,000 ultimate profundities, the terrifying shockwaves directly tore the mythical island apart. Although millions of God clan members had escaped from the mythical island in time, they were still affected by the shockwaves. More than half of them were killed or injured. More than half of them were killed or injured. For the God clan, it was a great loss. I have another gift. I hope that seniors will kindly accept it. Long Chen's voice came from afar. Not long after his voice fell, a figure broke through the sky like lightning. It was Jiang Yukuan. The monarch and the others were surprised. Jiang Yukuan flew straight to the sky above the mythical island and his physical body exploded on the spot. Jiang Qinwu roared, gritting his teeth. The Divine King's face also sank. A sovereign's aura emerged from his body and instantly erased the shockwaves caused by Jiang Yukuan's self-destruction. Obviously, this was the superior-grade sovereign divine weapon of the God clan. In order to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, the Divine King had brought it to Mount Supreme. However, even if this superior-grade sovereign divine weapon was on the mythical island before, it wouldn't be of much use. Because the superior-grade sovereign divine weapon couldn't block the ultimate intents of the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, Jiang Qinwu, swear that I won't rest until I'm dead. Jiang Qinwu's face was filled with grief. The members of the God clan surrounded the void in the distance. Looking at the shattered mythical island, they were also incomparably pained. The Divine King, the 10 sovereigns of the God clan, and a group of old antiques stared in the direction that Qin Feiyang and the others had escaped. They also clenched their hands tightly, their eyes gloomy to the extreme. They never thought that Qin Feiyang and the others' target would be their sacred land. We were too careless. This time, it's really luring the tiger away from the mountain. The human race sovereign sighed. The Divine King retracted his gaze and shouted, 10 sovereigns, get over here. The 10 sovereigns walked in front of the Divine King trembling in fear. What's going on? The Divine King stared coldly at the 10 sovereigns. The 10 sovereigns' eyes trembled. Speak! The Divine King shouted. It's Jiang Yukuan. He brought Qin Feiyang and the others to sneak into the mythical island. The 10 sovereigns hurriedly said. Jiang Yukuan. The Divine King's gaze turned and fell on Jiang Qinwu. Jiang Qinwu's body couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly said, Lord Divine King, please calm down. From the previous situation, Yukuan was also controlled by Long Chen. He had no choice. Because of him, the God clan suffered such a great calamity. Now, you want to clear your name by saying that he had no choice. The divine king was enraged. Lord, please forgive me. Jiang Qinwu hurriedly knelt in the void. And, they kidnapped Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan. The 10 sovereigns said in pain. What? Hearing this, the divine king's face suddenly turned pale. The monarch, the human race's supreme, and the others were also shocked. Whether it was Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, or Jiang Zishan, they were all geniuses of the God clan. It could be said that, whether they could defeat people like Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor in the future depended on them. Because they all had the strongest fighting soul. But they didn't expect that they would all be kidnapped by Qin Feiyang and the others. Did they leave their divine souls in advance? The human race's supreme asked. No. The 10 sovereigns shook their heads. Wasn't this asking the obvious? They had already returned to the God clan's sacred ground. Why would they split their divine souls? Splitting the divine soul had advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were that it could save one's life. The disadvantages were that one couldn't enter the state of enlightenment and it would also affect one's comprehension of the laws. Therefore, generally speaking, they would only split their divine souls when they were fighting to save their lives. It seems that their target is Jiang Yunshuang and the others. In other words, they are here for the strongest fighting soul. The situation is getting worse. The monarch frowned. That's right. Since they came to kidnap Jiang Yunshuang and the others, it means that the owners of the other half of the Eye of Life, the Eye of Evil, and the Eye of Heaven are with them. The human race's supreme nodded. Hearing this, the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but sink. Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven and the demon ancestor's Eye of Despair had already displayed a heaven-defying power. Once the Eye of Life, the Eye of Evil, and the Eye of Heaven evolved, then Qin Feiyang's side would have the 5 strongest fighting souls. The 5 strongest fighting souls, it was hard to imagine what kind of disaster the Divine Kingdom would face by then. This is the trouble caused by Jiang Yukuan. Jiang Qinwu, apologize with your death. The Divine King shouted angrily. Lord, please spare my life. Monarch, Lord Supreme, please help me plead for mercy. Jiang Qinwu was terrified. The monarch and the human race's supreme looked at each other and didn't say anything. If it was a small matter, they could help to intercede. But the current situation was no longer a small matter. It was even related to the survival of the Divine Kingdom. They had never expected that they would lose to Jiang Yukuan. Sigh. Lord. Jiang Yukuan is at fault, but he has already self-destructed and died. As for Jiang Qinwu, he is innocent. He doesn't deserve to die. Moreover, with Qin Feiyang's methods, even if they can't find Jiang Yukuan, they will control the other people. We can only blame ourselves for being too careless and being played around by them. The God race's supreme side. They were completely led by Qin Feiyang and the others by the nose. It is because of your indulgence that such a playboy can be raised. The Divine King glared at the Supreme and shouted, "Give me the order immediately." From now on, the direct descendants are not allowed to leave the Divine Island without permission. Those who violate this will be killed first and reported later. Yes. All the Supreme nodded. In addition, spread the word that as long as they are willing to return Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 intact, the God race is willing to give them the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws as compensation. No matter what, we must save the 3 of them. The Divine King said in a deep voice. Yes. All the Supreme nodded and immediately turned to leave. The Supreme Being of the human race glanced at the Divine King, then looked at the monarch and said, "It seems that we have to focus on protecting Ji Shaoyi, Lu Zhongtian, and Zhuang Mingyue in the future. We can't let them fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others." Yes. The monarch nodded and pondered for a while. He frowned slightly and said, "But then again, Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan have never fought in the Sky Cloud realm. Even in the Divine Kingdom, not many people know about their fighting souls. So how did Qin Feiyang and the others know about their fighting souls?" Yes. How did they know? Could it be a coincidence? Actually, they didn't come here for the strongest fighting souls. The supreme being of the human race was slightly stunned and quickly asked. There are so many sky prides in the divine kingdom, but they didn't look for anyone else but Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan. Isn't that obvious enough? As for how they know, you have to ask them themselves to find out. In short, don't underestimate them anymore. It was because they underestimated these people again and again that the divine kingdom was in such a passive situation now. They had learned their lesson. If they didn't learn their lesson, they would be digging their own graves. Sigh. The monarch sighed and looked at the divine king. He asked, "Do you have enough supreme law inheritance?" Not enough. The divine king shook his head. Then we can't ask the monarch for it now. How about this, if Qin Feiyang and the others really agree to hand them over, you can inform me at that time. I still have one supreme law inheritance with me. The monarch said. I also have one inheritance left in my hands. However, don't get your hopes up. After fighting with Qin Feiyang and the others for so long, I have some understanding of them. Without special circumstances, they won't easily release a tiger back to the mountain. Even if they are released, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep the fighting souls. The supreme being of the human race shook his head. I know. The divine king nodded, his eyes full of murderous intent. 3 sky prides were captured, 7 to 800,000 spirit veins and crystal veins were lost, and the divine island was destroyed. More than half of the direct descendants and clansmen were killed or injured. Such losses had shaken the foundation of the divine kingdom. Such a blood feud must be repaid with their lives. Chapter 4072. At the same time. West Continent. Near Qingtian City. A space-time passage appeared, and 4 men and 1 woman walked out one after another. It was Qin Feiyang's group of 5. At this moment, the world was still dark. The surrounding mountains and rivers were extremely quiet. Madman glanced around and laughed. It went smoother than I thought. What a joke. Who was the one who planned this? How could there be an accident? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Madman was stunned. He looked at the white-eyed wolf strangely and asked, "What does this plan have to do with you?" "It seems to be old Qin's plan." "What do you mean by that?" "So I didn't contribute at all. Besides, if we hadn't cooperated with him and entered the South Continent in advance to control Jiang Yukuan, the plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly." The white-eyed wolf was dissatisfied. Okay. No matter whose contribution it is, as long as our plan is completed successfully." Qin Feiyang chuckled. No matter how perfect the plan was, it would be difficult to implement it alone. This was the power of unity. Everyone had contributed to the battle. Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf with disdain and frowned. He has been captured, but I feel that, speaking of this, Madman rubbed his forehead with a rather irritated look. Do you feel uncomfortable that we're still helping Mu Qing look for his nemesis and let him reap the benefits of others' hard work despite how he treated us? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. It's more than uncomfortable, my heart is simply suffocating. Madman snorted coldly. As for what contribution Mu Qing had made to the Sky Cloud realm, he could still figure it out. But since entering the Sky Cloud realm, whether it was facing the 3 major races or the Divine Kingdom, Mu Qing hadn't contributed much. This was simply reaping without sowing. The most important thing was, this person's thoughts weren't simple. This made people feel that helping him wasn't worth it. Take it easy. No one is perfect. Furthermore, he has already made a blood oath. Not to mention that it's too far away, at least before we destroy the Divine Kingdom, he won't betray us again. Qin Feiyang patted Madman's shoulder and smiled comfortingly. Long Chen looked at Madman and Qin Feiyang. He pondered for a while and said with a smile, actually, Mu Qing's current state of mind is envy and jealousy. Envious? Jealous? Long Chen looked at Long Chen suspiciously. That's right. You've never been to Great Qin, so you don't understand the past between Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. Actually, the two of them have known each other for a long time. At that time, Mu Qing was better than Qin Feiyang in terms of background, support, cultivation, and resources. Because the Mu family at that time was very powerful. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang was kicked out of the imperial capital. Therefore, such a gap made Mu Qing maintain a sense of superiority. He felt that he wasn't inferior to Qin Feiyang, and even stronger than Qin Feiyang in the future. But he never expected that the Mu family would be destroyed by Qin Feiyang in the end. At that time, his heart must have fallen. Later, he entered the ancient world, and then the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang's strength became stronger and stronger, and his status became higher and higher. Even people like Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Li Feng became people standing at the top of the sky cloud realm. But what about Mu Qing? Not only is the gap between him and Qin Feiyang getting bigger and bigger, but he even has to live under the protection of Qin Feiyang. Naturally, he can't accept it. Although I don't have much contact with Mu Qing, I can see that he is a proud and arrogant person, so he can't accept it. He wants to become stronger than Qin Feiyang and the others. This also leads to his current approach becoming a bit radical. Long Chen smiled. So it's like that. Long Chen nodded in realization. As expected of Long Chen, you see it very clearly. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up and asked, then in your opinion, how can we completely resolve the conflict between us? If it was before, he wouldn't care so much. If they couldn't be friends, then they could be enemies. But now, as more and more things happened, his mentality gradually changed. For example, the grudges with the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang, it would be best if they could be resolved. In short, it was better to avoid trouble. Long Chen waved his hand and smiled. In fact, it's very easy to solve this problem. Have a good talk with him and open your hearts to each other. After all, we have been together for so many years. It would be a lie to say that we have no feelings for each other. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. That's true. Even the grudges between you and me can be resolved. What's the grudge between me and Mu Qing? Can this be generalized? This is because we are magnanimous and don't want to argue with you. Long Qin snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile on his face. Thinking back to the past, Long Qin's resentment towards them could be described as absolutely irreconcilable. But now, wasn't Long Qin of the same mind as everyone? No matter how unreasonable Mu Qing was, it couldn't be more difficult to deal with than Long Qin. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and reap our rewards. Lunatic urged, somewhat impatient. Hearing this, everyone's face was full of smiles. The Black Tortoise Realm. Above the Blood Sea in the western region. The sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see was swept up by the howling wind, causing huge waves to rise to the sky. Because of the Blood Sea, the sky of the western region was also shrouded in blood clouds all year round. Standing above the Blood Sea was like being in purgatory. It was so harsh. Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan were suppressed above the Blood Sea and were terrified. Because there were no living creatures here. The blood waves rolled and the smell of blood enveloped the world, innately giving people a sense of fear. Li Feng stood aside and looked at the three of them coldly, but he was extremely worried. He was worried about Qin Feiyang and the others. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went up to them and asked, Qin Dage, how is it outside? Because he was in the Black Tortoise Realm, he didn't know what happened later. We have left the southern continent. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That's good. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that something would happen to Qin Feiyang and the others outside. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and her face suddenly sank, and she roared, What do you want to do? What do we want to do? Do you still need to ask? White-Eyed Wolf's face was full of sarcasm. This time, you didn't leave your divine soul to save your life. Madman's face was also full of ridicule. Jiang Yunshuang panicked. In the sky cloud realm, the reason why she dared to be fearless was because she left her divine soul to save her life every time in the god race's sacred land. But now, without her divine soul to save her life, once Qin Feiyang and the others ruthlessly attacked, even a god wouldn't be able to save her. Are you afraid? Do you still dare to be as arrogant as you were in the sky cloud realm? Long Qin also had a face of ridicule. Back in the sky cloud realm, she didn't like this woman. She didn't have any ability, yet she was so arrogant. If it wasn't for her divine soul in the divine kingdom, who knows how many times she would have died. Looking at the expressions of Madman and the others, Jiang Yunshuang trembled, knowing that this time it would be difficult to end well. White-Eyed Wolf stepped forward, reached out and lifted Jiang Yunshuang's chin, and laughed, "Kneel down and beg for mercy, then we can consider letting you go. Don't even think about it." Jiang Yunshuang roared. "Huh," White-Eyed Wolf laughed. Everything was within his expectations. If this woman really knelt down and begged for mercy, he wouldn't be used to it. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and turned to look at Long Chen, and said with a smile, "Little Chen, this woman is also a person of status. Then I'll let you wrong her and let her be your concubine." Long Chen's mouth twitched. "What is this?" Long Qin also stared at White-Eyed Wolf angrily, and said, "Why don't you keep her for yourself? You're so stupid. How could this woman be her brother's woman? I don't have such good fortune. Moreover, I'm doing this for your brother's good. Look at your brother, he's not young anymore, but he's still single. Aren't you worried?" White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. "Get lost." Long Qin's face darkened. All right. If you don't like it, then I'll reluctantly stay." White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand helplessly, and looked at Jiang Yunshuang, and said, "You can be my personal maid from now on. Although you're the divine lady of the divine race, my status is not bad, so it's not a waste of talent." Hearing this, not to mention Long Qin, even Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. "What status can you have? Don't flatter yourself, okay? How shameless." As for Jiang Yunshuang, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan were trembling beside him. Although they had long heard of Qin Feiyang and the others' names, this was the first time they had met them face to face. It was not difficult to see that White-Eyed Wolf and the others' attitude toward Jiang Yunshuang that they were a group of lawless people. If they fell into the hands of these people, they would definitely not have a good ending. Long Chen took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Hurry up and call Mu Tianyang, Mu Qin, and your wife here." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, Mu Qin, Mu Tianyang, and the mermaid princess immediately appeared beside him. The mermaid princess and the others were a little suspicious at first, but when they felt the hostility, they immediately understood and immediately looked at Jiang Yunshuang and the others. As for Jiang Yunshuang and the others, when they heard the conversation between Long Chen and Qin Feiyang, they were also a little confused at first. However, just as the mermaid princess and the other two arrived, they felt the hostility from the three of them and they instantly understood. Jiang Yunshuang originally thought that Qin Feiyang and the others sneaked into the island and kidnapped her to take revenge for the personal grudge in the Tianyan realm. Now, she understood. This had nothing to do with personal grudges. They were here for the strongest fighting soul. But the question was, how did these people know about their fighting souls? Her Eye of Life could be explained, because she had opened it when they fought in the Tianyan realm, but Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan's fighting souls had never been opened in the Tianyan realm. Mu Tianyang looked at Jiang Xing for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. As long as you don't bite the hand that feeds you." Madman snorted coldly. This sentence made Mu Tianyang extremely embarrassed. But the most embarrassed one was Mu Qin. Because he had already done something that repaid kindness with ingratitude. Moreover, He also knew that Madman's words weren't said for Mu Tianyang, but specifically for him to hear. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing, then looked at Mu Tianyang and the mermaid princess, and said with a smile, "You guys start first." Then, he looked at Mu Qing and said, "I want to talk to you." After that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 4073. Mu Qing's eyelids twitched. Why did he ask him to have a private chat at this time? Did he want to threaten him with the all-seeing eye? Go. Don't think so much. Qin Feiyang is not such a person. Mu Tianyang patted him on the shoulder and smiled encouragingly. Mu Qing was his descendant, and he had watched him grow up, so he could tell what Mu Qing was thinking at a glance. Okay. Mu Qing summoned up his courage and turned to walk toward Qin Feiyang. You can't do this. We are the prodigies of the god race, and we have the divine king's protection. Jiang Yunshuang and the other two were already panicking to the extreme. Huh, still so naive? We are not even afraid of the divine king himself, so why would we be afraid of her protection? White-eyed Wolf laughed. It seemed that these so-called prodigies of the divine kingdom were nothing more than this. Thinking back, how arrogant was Jiang Yunshuang in the sky cloud realm. But now, what was the difference between him and an ordinary person? On the other side. Qin Feiyang stopped. Seeing this, Mu Qing hurriedly stopped and stood in the void behind him with his head lowered, extremely nervous. Qin Feiyang slowly turned around, looked at Mu Qing, and sighed, I really don't know when we have become so distant. Huh? Mu Qing looked up at Qin Feiyang. What did this mean? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and bowed. I sincerely apologize for suppressing you in the soul-sealing valley last time. I hope you can understand. This, Mu Qing was completely dumbfounded. Apologize to him? What did this person want to do? We have known each other since the Forgotten Continent. After so many years, I still remember the scenes of the past. To be honest, I am indeed very angry about the last time you schemed against Dong Zhengyang. After all, Dong Zhengyang saved you. Think about it, if you were Dong Zhengyang, and someone schemed against you like this, what would you do? I'm afraid you would turn hostile on the spot. Qin Feiyang sighed. Mu Qing was silent. If it was really him, it would definitely be a fight to the death, and there would be no discussion with anyone who came. Back then, when we were in Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent, we were friends and fought side by side, but we were also enemies and plotted against each other. But that's all in the past. This journey has not been easy for either you or me. Why are we still harping on the past? Look at Long Chen and Long Qin. Even they were able to let go, so why can't you? Could it be that you are inferior to them? Qin Feiyang said. These words were obviously meant to provoke him. Mu Qing was indignant when she heard that. I know. You are upset because you see me and the white-eyed wolf getting stronger and stronger, but you have to know that we have sacrificed much more than you over the years. Don't misunderstand. I am not showing off in front of you. I am just stating a fact. Actually, you don't have to feel so much pressure. Look at the demon ancestor. Wasn't he also at odds with me? But now, look at how I treated him. Whether it's you or the people around me, I don't have any selfish motives. When I become stronger, I will not forget you. There is a good saying, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Now, we might as well open our hearts and say what is in our hearts directly to put an end to it completely. After all, it is uncomfortable to hide it in the heart, right? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang, pondered for a while, and asked, back then, Qin Yuan hid it from you and resurrected us. Were you very angry? This matter, I don't deny it. At that time, I was indeed very angry. However, after all these years, I have already let it go. After all, we have experienced too much. Thinking back to the past, we were all blank pieces of paper, but now, we are all filled with vicissitudes. Qin Feiyang deeply sighed. The experiences of this life made him feel very tired, so there were many things that he did not want to pursue. Firstly, he did not have the energy. Secondly, he did not want to live in the past. Hearing this, Mu Qing looked up at the sky and nodded as she sighed. That's right, we're no longer who we were in the past. Before, we were all high-spirited youths, but now, in Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent, we've most likely become old antiques. Be more confident. Don't say, probably. Qin Feiyang wanted to be confident. Time passed so quickly. Thinking back to the past, it was as if it had just happened yesterday. Mu Qing bitterly laughed and let out a long breath. Looking at Qin Feiyang, she said, I accept your apology, and I also sincerely apologize to you. It was all because of my jealousy that I did these stupid things. To tell you the truth, when I was in Soul Ceiling Valley, I was thinking, why did I become like this? Although I, Mu Qing, am not a good person, I still have a conscience. Returning kindness with enmity, isn't that what I have always hated the most? You really hit the nail on the head just now. It's jealousy. Jealousy is really a scary thing. Once a person is jealous, they will lose their rationality and become unscrupulous. Mu Qing shook her head and sighed, her face full of regret. Is that so? I thought that you came out of Soul Ceiling Valley because you hated us, so you didn't come to the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What right do I have to hate you? I don't have the face to face you. Especially Dong Zhengyang. Compared to his open-mindedness and generosity, I am like a villain. I really want to find a hole to hide in. Mu Qing sighed. Don't think so much. Dong Zhengyang won't take it to heart. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Sure enough. Only by opening their hearts to each other could they know each other's true thoughts. Whether he takes it to heart or not, I owe him an apology. I will deal with this matter myself. You don't have to worry. However, the grudge between the line of the Qin and the line of the Mu is the biggest problem. Back then, your ancestor Qin Badian and my ancestor Mu Tianyang were right and wrong. We juniors can't judge whether they were right or wrong. Only when they let go of the past grudges can our two clans be considered to be truly reconciled. Mu Qing said. We don't have to worry about these things. My ancestor and Mu Tianyang will deal with it themselves. We just don't want to cause trouble for them. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, since we have made things clear, let's have a little ceremony. Shake hands, let go of the past, and face the future together. Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. She raised her hand and the two of them shook hands. This also meant that the enmity between them had been completely buried. By the way, thank you for helping me find my old enemy. Mu Qing said with a smile. We are all partners who have gone through life and death together. It's only right for us to help each other. And this time, if there are no accidents, you, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Zhengyang will all receive the inheritance of the ultimate profound of the supreme law. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Really? Mu Qing's eyes lit up. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a faint smile, Jiang Yunshuang and the other two have all mastered the ultimate profound of the supreme law, and their talents are not bad. The Divine King will not watch them die. You mean, the Divine King will use the ultimate profound of the supreme law to exchange for them? Mu Qing was bewildered. Besides the inheritance of the ultimate profound of the supreme law, what else can tempt us? Moreover, Jiang Yunshuang and the other two have mastered the ultimate profound of the supreme law. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Mu Qing pondered for a moment and said with a smile, not only do you want to get the inheritance of the ultimate profound of the supreme law from the Divine King, but you also want to deprive Jiang Yunshuang and the other two of their ultimate profound of the supreme law. You are really ruthless. Why be polite to the god race? However, it won't be easy to get Jiang Yunshuang and the other two to willingly strip away their ultimate profound of the supreme law. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wang Chuan was the best example. If it weren't for the threat of his family's lives, he would rather die than strip away the ultimate profound of the supreme law of destruction. It's okay. You have to believe in the white-eyed wolf's methods. Mu Qing smiled sinisterly. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The white-eyed wolf's methods of torturing people were still quite good. He said, "Go. After the all-seeing eye evolves, it will be more advantageous for us. Because then, we will be able to know the whereabouts of the Divine King and the others at any time." "Okay." Mu Qing nodded and turned to leave quickly. Whoosh. Watching Mu Qing leave quickly, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Whether it was Long Chen and his sister, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang, they had always been a huge burden to him. As the children of the Ice Dragon, it was harder to kill Long Chen and his sister. If he didn't kill them, it would be a hidden danger and pressure. Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor could be easily eliminated, but Dong Xingyang's attitude of protecting them was also very firm. Moreover, this was also Yuan Bo's intention. Because it was Yuan Bo who protected the three of them. At the same time, Mu Qing and the others who had the strongest fighting soul, once they were allowed to grow, they would also be formidable opponents that couldn't be ignored. Just imagine facing such a potential formidable opponent, who could do it without feeling burdened. It could be said that no one could. But it was all good now. Basically, it was all settled. He believed that one day in the future, everyone would be able to rely on each other. This team would also become stronger and stronger. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world alone, changed his appearance, and lurked outside Qingtian City. No way. They actually went to the South Continent, killed their way into the sacred land of the God Clan, and kidnapped the three supreme talents of Jiang Yunshu? Why not? This news was spread by the God Clan personally. And in order to rescue Jiang Yunshuang and the others, the Divine King even prepared the inheritance of the three ultimate profound laws. Then didn't Qin Feiyang and the others make a big profit? Yes. I really envy them. Don't envy them, they also need to have the ability to do this. They broke into the Deity Island and managed to escape alive. This ability is not something that you and I can compare with. I really didn't expect them to have such ability. This time, I'm afraid our divine kingdom will face a great disaster. Chapter 4074. Qin Feiyang blended into the crowd and silently listened to everyone's discussion. There was a smile on his face the entire time. As expected, for Jiang Yunshuang and the other two, the Divine King was willing to pay a huge price. After inquiring about the news, Qin Feiyang lurked near Mount Supreme to check on its movements. Mount Supreme's current security was quite tight. Not only was there a giant barrier protecting it, but the 10 sovereigns were also personally overseeing it. For 2 whole days, Qin Feiyang still couldn't find a chance to sneak in. He had no choice but to temporarily give up and enter the Black Tortoise world. 2 days outside, 10,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world. Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and the Mermaid Princess battle souls had all been successfully merged. Moreover, the law of darkness inheritance that Jiang Qinwu gave to Jiang Yukuan had also fallen into Long Chen's hands. Long Chen was also very generous and directly gave it to the madman. Once the madman merged with this law of darkness inheritance, it was equivalent to mastering the 6 ultimate mysteries. They were the law of space, law of destruction, law of death, law of thunder, law of slaughter, and law of darkness. Unfortunately, 3 of them were ordinary ultimate mysteries. Otherwise, the madman would be able to master the will of the heavenly Tao. And the will of the heavenly Tao required the 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. At this moment, there was no one in the tea garden. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the tea table and leisurely brewed a cup of tea. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Because the ones who should be anxious were the Divine King and the others. While drinking tea, he released his perception. The madman was merging with the inheritance. The Mermaid Princess was cultivating in seclusion. White-eyed Wolf, Li Feng, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang were in the Soul-Sealing Valley. As for Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2, there was no doubt that they were suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley and were in despair. But Long Chen and Long Qin were actually in seclusion again. Moreover, The two of them emitted an aura of law that hadn't been there before. Could it be that both of them were fusing the inheritance of the ultimate Upanishad? After a moment of observation, Qin Feiyang was finally able to confirm that they were indeed fusing the ultimate profound inheritance. True enough. It was indeed different to have a powerful father. Whatever legacy he wanted, he just had to ask. It was no wonder that Long Chen was so generous as to gift Li Feng an inheritance. Because he did not lack inheritances at all. It was just that in the past, he wanted to rely on his own ability to comprehend, so he did not fuse with these inheritances. However, the situation was different now. Following the monarch, the divine king, and the human race's supreme being made their moves one after another, all of them displaying powerful strength. If he did not fuse with these inheritances and quickly grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, he would not be able to fight against these people at all. A short while later, Qin Feiyang withdrew his perception. He also began to ponder over the ultimate profound that he had grasped. The laws of life and death, the laws of life, the laws of destruction, the laws of karma, and the laws of light. Currently, he had already grasped 6 ultimate profundities. Aside from the law of light, the rest were all supreme laws. The law of life and death had surpassed the limits of the supreme laws. As for the law of wind, the law of force, the law of slaughter, the law of war, and the law of thunder, their current strength was the supreme profound and also the 5th profound. It seemed that he had to work harder and comprehend all the ultimate profound of these laws. However, now that he had already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, when he comprehended the ultimate profound of the 6 supreme laws, would the will of the heavenly Tao descend again? When the two will of the heavenly Tao superimpose, would it be stronger than the current will of the heavenly Tao? This was the question that he was thinking about. Logically speaking, although he had already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, when he comprehended the ultimate profound of the 6 supreme laws, another will of the heavenly Tao should descend. However, after all, there was no precedent. Whether the will of the heavenly Tao would descend in the future or not, it was hard to say now. Let's talk about it in the future. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The ultimate profound, whether it was an ordinary law or an supreme law, naturally, the more the better. In short, he did not reject anyone. Not long after, White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang returned from Soul Ceiling Valley. How was it? Qin Feiyang poured tea one by one and asked with a smile. Their bones are very hard. They would rather die than be willing to strip off their ultimate profound. White-Eyed Wolf was extremely angry. Li Feng, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang were also helpless. Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan each grasped the ultimate profound of 2 supreme laws. Jiang Yunshuang grasped the ultimate profound of 3 supreme laws. In total, there were 7 ultimate profound meanings. To them, it was completely possible to create an expert with the will of the heavenly Tao. For example, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang, now that their fighting souls had evolved, if they were to grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, then their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, in advance, Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 had to be willing to hand it over. Even you can't do anything? Qin Feiyang looked at White-Eyed Wolf in surprise. Even a place like Soul Ceiling Valley can't make them surrender. What else can I do? White-Eyed Wolf rubbed his forehead, his face full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He said indifferently, "This is not your style. You have to bring out all of your shameless character. Get lost." White-Eyed Wolf's face darkened. What was he talking about? Who was shameless? Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily, took a sip of tea, and looked at the 4 of them, saying, "But I have good news." What good news? The 4 of them were curious. Qin Feiyang said, "The Divine King has made an offer, to exchange the ultimate profound of 3 supreme laws for the lives of Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2. Really? Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's eyes lit up. Right now, Qin Feiyang had already mastered the will of heavenly Tao. Long Chen and Long Qin. With Ice Dragon as their backing, they could get any legacy they wanted. The fiend ancestor, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Li Feng already had enough legacies. They were only short of unlocking the seals. Therefore, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang were the most anxious. Of course, Dong Xingyang was also the most anxious. However, in comparison, Dong Xingyang's character was calmer and he did not fight for the inheritance. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. As long as Jiang Yunshuang and the other two hand over their ultimate profound, together with the 3 ultimate profound of the Divine King, there will be a total of 12 legacies. Just enough for Mu Qin and I to master the will of Heavenly Tao. Mu Tianyang was extremely excited. Qin Feiyang nodded, but then he shook his head and sighed. Don't be happy too early. Why? Mu Tianyang looked at him suspiciously. First of all, the Divine King's condition is to return the jade to its rightful owner. What do you mean by returning the jade to its rightful owner? It means returning it to her in perfect condition. But now, the 3 of their fighting souls have been snatched by you. How can you return the jade to its rightful owner? Secondly, don't forget the condition for unlocking the seal. You have to kill the Divine Kingdom's elites before Long Qin will help White-Eyed Wolf and the rest unlock the seal on the iron box. If we release Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 now, White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, and Frenzy will have worked for nothing. Qin Feiyang explained. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded. Isn't there a way to get the best of both worlds? For example, we can get the ultimate meaning of Jiang Yunshuang and the rest and the 3 inheritances from the Divine King, kill Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2, and unlock the seal on the 3 iron boxes for White-Eyed Wolf and the rest? Mu Qing frowned. I've thought of a way to get the best of both worlds, but it's not easy. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How about this? White-Eyed Wolf's eyes lit up. He looked at everyone and said, can we do something during the exchange of hostages? Do something during the exchange of hostages? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were stunned. They couldn't help but look at White-Eyed Wolf with anticipation. White-Eyed Wolf said excitedly, for example, we can change our faces and pretend to be Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2. After the exchange is completed, we can directly turn against the Divine King. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought it was a good idea. Can't we do that? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Of course not. Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 have the mark of the God Clan. How can you impersonate the mark of the God Clan? Even if we can fake the mark of the God Clan, the Divine King will be able to tell at a glance. Because the mark of the God Clan is bestowed by her. Qin Feiyang was helpless. That makes sense. White-Eyed Wolf pondered for a while and said, then why don't we return Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 to her first? After we get the 3 inheritances, we'll find a chance to kill them. That's the only way for now. However, it's really difficult to achieve the condition of returning them intact. The reason why the Divine King cares about them is firstly because of their fighting souls, and secondly because they have mastered the ultimate meaning of the ultimate law. Now that their fighting souls have been taken away, if their ultimate meaning is taken away as well, I'm afraid the 3 of them won't have much value in the eyes of the Divine King. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. From what you're saying, it seems that we can't have it both ways. White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and pondered for a while. Then he smiled and said, let's give it a try first. If we can get the 3 inheritances from the Divine King, that would be the best. If we can't get them, we won't force it. Anyway, for us, this is already a big profit. Okay. The 4 of them nodded. Qin Dage. Young Master. At this time, Fire Lotus flew over with Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. The 3 of them were in high spirits. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and smiled. The 3 of them were in charge of the arrangement of the spirit veins and crystal veins that they had looted during this time. Robbing was easy, but making arrangements was a very complicated matter. 51 cities, plus the spirit veins and crystal veins of the god race. There are more than 30 million of them. Currently, the spirit veins and crystal veins of the black tortoise world have reached a state of saturation. Fire Lotus smiled. The happiest one is still that little brat. The black tortoise world is growing faster and faster by the day. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang spoke one after another. It has reached saturation? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, that means, for the time being, we don't have to worry about the spirit veins and crystal veins? You can't say that. The little brat said that the more, the better. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This little brat was more like a bandit. Fire Lotus continued, and the little brat also said that it won't be long before the castle evolves into a mid-level dominator weapon. Really? Qin Feiyang was shocked. White-Eyed Wolf and Li Feng also looked at Fire Lotus in surprise. Yes. Fire Lotus nodded. That's great. White-Eyed Wolf was extremely excited, his eyes filled with anticipation. As long as the castle evolved into a mid-level dominator weapon, it meant that the Black Tortoise World's origin energy had the ability to create a mid-level dominator weapon. At that time, the Black Tortoise World's strength would also increase greatly. Because the Black Tortoise World's strength was the same as the castle's. If the castle evolved into a mid-level dominator weapon, the Black Tortoise World would be able to block the invasion of mid-level dominator weapons. If it could block mid-level dominator weapons, it would naturally be able to block the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. In other words, in the future, even if the Black Tortoise World was exposed to the outside world, except for mid-level dominator weapons, no profundities or low-level dominator weapons would be able to harm the Black Tortoise World. Chapter 4075. It could be said that the evolution of the ancient castle had great benefits for the entire Black Tortoise World. Then, is there anyone in the Black Tortoise World who has comprehended the profundities of laws? Qin Feiyang asked. There are. But very few. According to our statistics, there are less than 100 people and they have just comprehended the profundities of laws. Pai Lupi said. That's not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. After all, the Black Tortoise World's starting point was too low. It would take a long time to catch up with a place like the Sky Cloud World. White-Eyed Wolf asked, have you placed the profundities of laws in the various forbidden areas and divine treasures? Of course. How could we dare to neglect the young master's orders? And there are already more than a dozen people who were lucky enough to obtain the profundities of laws. I believe that one day, our Black Tortoise World will surpass the Sky Cloud World. After all, the Sky Cloud World doesn't have as many profundities of laws as our Black Tortoise World. Theta Wang said, her face full of expectation. We will. And I believe that our Black Tortoise World will have many cultivation geniuses. You too must remember these people and focus on nurturing them. But you can't raise them like flowers in a greenhouse, understand? Qin Feiyang looked at the two and asked. Understood. In any case, you can leave the matters of the Black Tortoise World to us. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang nodded. With your help, of course I can rest assured. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He turned his head to look at Huo Yan and warned, don't be so busy all day. You should improve your strength more. I know. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and smiled. All right then, let's discuss how to make Jiang Yunshuang and the others willingly hand over the profundities. This was the main point. If they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to protect the Black Tortoise World. If they couldn't protect the Black Tortoise World, no matter how good the resources were, it would be useless. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while, then looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said with a smile, I'll have to rely on you for this. White-Eyed Wolf's face darkened. Why didn't he think of him when something good happened? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and smiled. Actually, sometimes it's better to be simple and crude. How simple and crude? Everyone was doubtful. Qin Feiyang was just about to speak when he suddenly seemed to have some misgivings. He turned to look at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, why don't you leave us for a moment? I'm sure you don't have any good ideas. Fire Lotus looked at him with disdain, then got up and left quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and gestured to White-Eyed Wolf and the others. Everyone immediately gathered around, including Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. My idea is, Qin Feiyang mumbled to them. A moment passed. White-Eyed Wolf and the others all looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Mu Qing was the first to come back to his senses. The corner of his mouth kept twitching, and he said speechlessly, "Why do I feel that you're the most shameless one? You only know now? He's the most shameless one. He's just good at pretending." White-Eyed Wolf looked at him with disdain. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and glared at White-Eyed Wolf and Mu Qing. He said, "Don't you know how to talk? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't take my kindness for granted." Hee hee. Mu Qing smiled wretchedly and nodded. "Although it's a little shameless, it's a good idea. White-Eyed Wolf, shall we go now?" "Sure." White-Eyed Wolf nodded and immediately got up and rushed to Soul Ceiling Valley. Li Feng and Mu Qing immediately followed. "Should we also go and take a look?" Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang. "No need. We'll just watch from here." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image of Soul Ceiling Valley immediately appeared in the void in front of them. Soul Ceiling Valley. The stench was overwhelming. There were no traces of living creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. Everyone regarded this place as a forbidden area that they absolutely could not set foot in. At this moment, inside the valley, Jiang Yunshuang and the other two were suppressed inside like dead dogs. Not far away, Bing Running looked at this scene with a gloating face. After being suppressed here for so many years, she had long become numb. It was a good thing that someone came to accompany her. Bing Running walked over and asked, "You're also from the Divine Kingdom, right?" "How do you know?" Jiang Yunshuang frowned. "Because the mark between your eyebrows is the mark of the god race. A group of people was suppressed here, and two of them, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing, also had such a mark." Bing Running said. "What? When they were suppressed here, you were already here?" Jiang Xing was surprised. "Yes." Bing Running nodded. "Wait." Jiang Yunshuang seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Are you the princess of the Ice Phoenix race? You still know me?" Bing Running was surprised. "I heard about you from Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. What kind of deep hatred do you have with Qin Feiyang and the others? Why did they suppress you here for so long?" Jiang Yunshuang was suspicious. "Blood feud, absolutely irreconcilable." Bing Running said word by word, her eyes full of resentment. Jiang Yunshuang and the other two looked at each other in disbelief. "Originally, I could have become a genius and dominated an era, even stronger than you, the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom, but because of Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, I became like this. I hate it." Bing Running screamed as if she had gone crazy. Hearing this, the three didn't take it seriously. It wasn't like they didn't know the situation of the Sky Cloud realm. How powerful could a princess of the Ice Dragon race be? She actually dared to say that she was stronger than them, the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. Wait. Demon ancestor? Suddenly, Jiang Yunshuang's pupils shrank. Why did they mention the demon ancestor? One had to know. Whether it was the lunatic, the white-eyed wolf, Long Chen, or Long Qin, they were all outstanding people. But these people didn't mention them, but the demon ancestor, could it be? Jiang Yunshuang was surprised. You are the owner of the Eye of Despair? That's right. I am the other half of the owner of the Eye of Despair. If I snatched the Eye of Despair from the demon ancestor, then tell me, am I better than you? Bing Running smiled proudly. The three looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. What? Bing Running was puzzled. We have the same fate. Jiang Zishan sighed. What? Bing Running was shocked and asked, Are you also? That's right. We are the owners of the Eye of Life, the Eye of Evil, and the Eye of Heaven. But now, our battle souls have been snatched by them. Jiang Xing said. Haha, hearing this, Bing Running laughed. What are you laughing at? Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows. I'm laughing at your uselessness. The dignified geniuses of the Divine Kingdom actually had their battle souls snatched by them. What a joke. Bing Running's face was full of ridicule, completely undisguised. You, the three glared at Bing Running. Not bad, you're even chatting. At this time, accompanied by a mocking laughter, the white-eyed wolf, Li Feng, and Mu Qing descended from the sky. Bing Running looked up at the white-eyed wolf and the other two and sneered. Thanks to you, you sent me a few people to relieve my boredom. Now she was not afraid of anything. She even wanted to kneel and beg for death. You're welcome. After all, it's been quite boring to stay here alone for so many years. The white-eyed wolf smiled playfully. It's quite boring. But last time, Mu Qing, when you came, I didn't have a good chat with you. What's going on? Qin Feiyang suppressed you in the Soul-Sealing Valley, why are you with them now? In order to survive, you don't even care about your dignity? Bing Running pointed the conflict at Mu Qing, obviously to drive a wedge between them. But to this, Mu Qing just smiled disdainfully. She wanted to drive a wedge between them with such a childish trick? Haha. People without backbone are worse than pigs and dogs. Bing Running laughed and retreated to the side. Because she knew that there would be a good show to watch. Who are you calling worse than pigs and dogs? Mu Qing was annoyed. She was really insatiable. Li Feng reached out to stop Mu Qing, looked at Bing Running contemptuously, and said lightly, don't talk nonsense with her. She can't wait for you to kill her so that she can be free. So you're asking for death. I'm sorry, but I won't do such a good thing. You can live the rest of your life here peacefully. Mu Qing sneered. Bing Running glared at Li Feng angrily. He really liked to meddle in other people's business. Li Feng ignored her directly, looked at Jiang Yunshuang and the other two, and said, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to hand over your ultimate meaning? Don't even think about it. Jiang Yunshuang and the other two's faces were full of ridicule. Okay. Let's see how long you can last. Li Feng smiled playfully, raised his hand, and turned in the air, and the three immediately flew out of the Soul-Sealing Valley uncontrollably. The white-eyed wolf and the other two immediately plugged their nostrils. It was too smelly. It was simply disgusting. Jiang Yunshuang sneered. Even a place like this can't make us submit. What other means do you have? Bring it on. As you wish. The white-eyed wolf lifted the corner of his mouth, looked at Li Feng, and smiled flatteringly. That, you'll have to suffer a little. Take off their clothes, and parade them through the streets. What? Take off their clothes? Parade them through the streets? When the three heard this, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Especially Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Zishan. They were women. How could they bear such humiliation? Although being suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley was also a kind of humiliation to them, after all, no one was watching. But to take off their clothes and parade them through the streets was a different concept. Who could afford to lose face in front of so many people? Are you guys demons? Jiang Zishan roared. Yes. We are demons. Li Feng laughed, raised his hand, and waved, a slaughter law emerged, enveloping the three of them. With a puff, the clothes on the three's bodies were all torn to shreds. No! The three of them exclaimed, and hurriedly covered their important parts. Especially Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Zishan, their beautiful faces turned pale. There are many people in the Black Tortoise realm. I believe everyone is very interested in you three prodigies of the God clan. Of course. This is just the appetizer. When we travel through the Black Tortoise realm, we will take you to the West Continent, South Continent, North Continent, East Continent, and even to the God clan's sacred land, the Island of Gods. Let them see with their own eyes how pathetic the prodigies they usually admire are now. Especially Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Zishan. In everyone's eyes, you must be goddess-like figures. I believe many men would be happy to see you like this. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of ridicule. Yes, yes, yes. We're letting them feast their eyes. Maybe the men of the divine kingdom will thank us. Otherwise, where can we find such an opportunity? Li Feng and Mu Qing nodded and laughed. Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Zishan's faces were pale, and they trembled. They might as well kill them. Chapter 4076. Let's go. Let's go to Zhongzhou first. The white-eyed wolf opened a space-time tunnel. Li Feng chuckled and swept the three of them toward the space-time tunnel. No, please, I beg you, just kill us. Jiang Zishan's face was as pale as a sheet. Just thinking about how she was going to be surrounded by countless people in such a manner, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. It's not up to you if you want to die. Li Feng sneered. They were about to enter the space-time tunnel. Jiang Zishan could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and shouted, I'll give it to you. I'll also give you my ultimate profoundness. I only ask that you give me a quick death. Jiang Zishan's compromise completely destroyed Jiang Xing's last line of defense. The white-eyed wolf and the others looked at each other and smiled. It would have been better if they had done this earlier. They had to force them to use this method. Li Feng let go of the two of them. The two of them were unwilling to give up and forcibly extracted their ultimate profoundness. Jiang Xing's was the space-time law and the karma law. Jiang Zishan's was the time law and the devouring law. As the two ultimate profoundness were extracted, their cultivation instantly fell to the greater mastery's sovereign realm. Their faces were pale. Looking at the four ultimate profoundness, Mu Qing's eyes shone brightly. This was not an ordinary law, but an ultimate law. Not to mention four ultimate profoundness, even if it was only one ultimate law, as long as it was successfully integrated, it could instantly make a person soar to the sky. Below. Bing Running looked at this scene with envy, jealousy, and hatred. In just a short while, they had obtained four ultimate profoundness. If it were her, she would wake up smiling. How hateful. How could the people of the divine kingdom be so useless? Last time, Ryuko's group, and now Jiang Yunshuang's group were the geniuses of the divine kingdom. But in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, they were like trash. She originally thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would die in the hands of the people of the divine kingdom sooner or later. Then, she would be able to watch a good show. But now, it seemed that she was just wishful thinking. Haha, thank you, thank you. The white-eyed wolf laughed and put away the four ultimate mysteries. He turned to Jiang Yunshuang and said, What about you? Do you want to hand over the ultimate profound or take you for a stroll? Jiang Yunshuang's face darkened. He gloomily looked at the white-eyed wolf, then at Mu Qing and Li Feng. He said bitterly, You'll suffer retribution sooner or later. After saying that, with a thought, the three great laws appeared. These were the laws of time, the laws of destruction, and the laws of death that she had mastered. His cultivation instantly dropped to the small success sovereign realm. Seeing this, the smile on the white-eyed wolf's face became bigger. He grabbed the three ultimate Upanishads and bared his teeth. I don't know if it's retribution or not. I only know that this time, I will take it back with interest. Jiang Yunshuang clenched his fists. The white-eyed wolf disdainfully looked at Li Feng and said, Since they have already handed over the inheritance, then don't make things difficult for them. Find them some clothes to wear and treat them well. The word treat was especially emphasized. Understood. Li Feng smirked. Devil's Land. Tea Garden. Done. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the image in the void dissipated. Mu Tianyang's face was also full of smiles. Young master, your method is still the most effective. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang laughed. Although it was a bit shameless, the effect was really good. It immediately took care of the three of them. People in the world actually have weaknesses. The weakness of Jiang Yunshuang and the other two is that their self-esteem is too strong. Letting them appear in front of people naked is definitely more painful than torturing them. So, if you encounter such a situation in the future, you have to take the right medicine. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Understood. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang nodded, their faces full of admiration. They felt that the man in front of them seemed to be omnipotent. Swish. Before his voice died away, the white-eyed wolf and Mu Qing returned. Huh, this is really too satisfying. The white-eyed wolf couldn't stop laughing. Thinking of Jiang Yunshuang's arrogance in the sky cloud realm and comparing it with his current appearance, it was really satisfying. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Looking at Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang, he said with a smile, "The ultimate profound has been obtained. You can arrange it yourself." Arrange it ourselves? Mu Qing was taken aback. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked puzzledly, "Do you want me to help arrange it?" This, Mu Qing laughed dryly and said, "It's all because of you that we can obtain these 7 ultimate profound. What qualifications do we have to arrange it? You're treating me like an outsider." As I said, the next ultimate profound will belong to you and Dong Zhengyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang looked at each other, their eyes extremely complicated. One had to know. Qin Feiyang not only had a large number of subordinates around him, but also his relatives such as the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus. If it were someone else, they would definitely prioritize their relatives and subordinates around them. But now, Qin Feiyang actually prioritized them? They were once enemies. Was this Qin Feiyang's character? Without the slightest selfishness. It was indeed admirable. You can arrange the ultimate profound by yourselves. Now, open your heavenly eye and help me find the whereabouts of the Divine King, the sovereign of the human race, the monarch. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and said, "Okay." Mu Qing nodded and immediately opened his heavenly eye. In his eyes, a floating island could be vaguely seen. This was the Island of God. The current Island of God had been restored to its original state. Somewhere on the island, a woman was leaning on a chair. She was rubbing her forehead. She seemed to be very irritated. The Divine King is on the Island of God. After Mu Qing finished speaking, he checked the whereabouts of the monarch and the sovereign of the human race. The evolved heavenly eye indeed had the ability to reach the heavens. No one would be able to hide from him. Very soon, Mu Qing saw the whereabouts of the monarch and the sovereign of the human race, and said, "The sovereign of the human race is at Mount Supreme. As for the monarch, that place is very unfamiliar. He should be in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan's territory." They're not together? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Logically speaking, after such a big thing happened, the 3 giants should have gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Moreover, only by gathering together could they deal with their attacks. But now, they had returned to their own territory. They didn't want to encircle and annihilate them anymore. Right now, they probably have no other choice. Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. Because the monarch and the others didn't know where they were hiding. Nor did they know their next move. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If they didn't even know where they were, how could they set up a trap to encircle them? Moreover, they had no relatives or friends in the Divine Kingdom, and there was nothing to threaten them with. In short, as long as Qin Feiyang and the others successfully stepped into the Divine Kingdom, they would be able to instantly turn the passive into the active. At this time, Li Feng came through the air and landed in the tea garden. "How is it?" White-eyed Wolf asked. "Of course, we will continue to suppress them in the Soul-Sealing Valley." Li Feng smiled, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Qin Dage, when do you plan to make a deal with the Divine King?" "The deal is not urgent. Moreover, now that their battle souls and ultimate profound have been taken away, the Divine King may not make a deal with us. First, check the whereabouts of the other 3 strongest battle souls." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at Mu Qing. It's easy to check them, but first, I need to know their names or what they look like." Mu Qing said. We know that. Qin Feiyang smiled. When he was discussing with Long Chen and Long Qin had projected their appearances. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the shadows of Ji Shaoi and another man and woman immediately appeared in the void. Mu Qing looked at the three of them and opened his all-seeing eye again. But soon. He frowned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mu Qing didn't answer and continued to check. After about 10 breaths, he said in a deep voice, "This Ji Shaoi is actually hiding in the Monarch Space Divine item." Heard that? Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Mu Tianyang couldn't help but frown. This was a bit difficult. If Ji Shaoi was hiding in the land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan, although it was more difficult to kidnap him, as long as the plan was meticulous, they could still find a chance. But if he was hiding in the Monarch Space Divine item, then the first person they had to deal with was the Monarch. What about the other two? White-Eyed Wolf asked. They are also hiding in the Space Divine item of the Human Clan Supreme Master. Mu Qing said weakly. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said with a wry smile, "It seems that the Monarch has seen through our purpose and carried out personal protection for Ji Shaoi and the other two. In that case, it won't be so easy to capture these three people again." Mu Tianyang sighed. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then we can take them down one by one. Now, let's find Dong Xingyang's archenemy first. White-Eyed Wolf said. Dong Xingyang's archenemy, Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Xingyang had the Eye of Destiny. After the Eye of Destiny evolved, they could see the future, which was indeed more beneficial for their future development. But who had the Eye of Destiny? Mu Tianyang asked, "Why don't we go to Mount Supreme to investigate?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "To be honest, I've already been to Mount Supreme. The security is very tight, and there's no way to sneak in." Then there's no need to sneak in. Mu Tianyang waved his hand. That's right. Anyway, didn't the Human Clan Supreme Master ask the three sovereigns to invite us to Mount Supreme? Let's head to Mount Supreme openly. White-Eyed Wolf said. I don't agree. What if the Human Clan Supreme Master tells the Divine King and the Monarch to bring people to surround us? Li Feng shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Feng's worries weren't without reason. Although they weren't afraid of anything in the Divine Kingdom now, if they were really surrounded by various forces, they wouldn't be able to survive even if they had the ability to defy the heavens. One wrong step and they would lose everything. So they couldn't take this risk. How about this? Since we can't go to Mount Supreme, then we'll think of a way to lure the Human Clan Supreme Master out. I want to see what he wants to talk to us about. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and smiled. If that's the case, then I have no objections. Li Feng smiled. Because compared to going to Mount Supreme, this method was safer. Chapter 4077. Qin Feiyang looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said with a smile, "Give them the ultimate profoundness. Let's go out for a walk." All of them? The White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The White-Eyed Wolf was somewhat reluctant. Li Feng glanced at Mu Qing and asked, "Qin Dage, you seem to have mastered the ultimate profoundness of the 5 ultimate laws?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had already calculated earlier. Together with the ultimate profoundness of the life and death laws, he had exactly 5 ultimate profoundness of the 5 ultimate laws. In that case, why don't you integrate another ultimate profoundness of the ultimate law and see if another will of the heavenly Tao can descend? Li Feng suggested. That makes sense. Anyway, there are now 7 ultimate profoundness of the ultimate laws. Even if you integrate one, Mu Tianyang or Mu Qin can still master the will of the heavenly Tao. The White-Eyed Wolf also nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang could not help but be tempted. If another will of the heavenly Tao descended, his strength would undoubtedly soar by a large margin. Hence, Qin Feiyang cast his gaze toward Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang. You were the one who captured them and you were the one who found ways to get the ultimate profoundness. Of course, we have no objections if you want to integrate them. Moreover, if another will of the heavenly Tao descends and your strength increases, it will be very beneficial to us in the future. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly. In that case, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, then I will integrate an ultimate profoundness of the time law. Jiang Xing was the space-time law and the karma law. Jiang Zishan was the time law and the devouring law. Jiang Yunshuang was the time law, the death law, and the destruction law. In other words, the time law was repeated. After Qin Feiyang chose the law of time, the remaining law of spacetime, the law of karma, the law of devour, the law of death, the law of destruction, and the law of time were just enough to create an expert who could control the will of heaven. Since Qin Feiyang wanted it, the white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't say anything. He immediately took out the law of time and handed it to Qin Feiyang. As for the remaining 6 great laws, he glanced at Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang and snorted coldly, "You guys got lucky." After saying that, he handed it over to the 2 of them. Mu Tianyang chuckled. Mu Qing was also full of smiles. Then let's fuse the laws first. After that, we'll go look for the sovereign of the human race. Qin Feiyang stood up and said with a smile. Yes. Actually, after causing such a big commotion this time, it's also good for us to disappear for a while. If that's the case, the monarch and the others won't be able to figure out what exactly we are planning. Mu Tianyang said. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Then, he turned and walked toward the ancient castle. The white-eyed wolf and Li Feng also followed him. Li Feng asked, "Brother Wolf, why don't you fuse with these inheritances first?" Fuse with these inheritances first? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What did he mean? Li Feng said, "You can fuse with these inheritances first. When the seal on your iron box is unlocked, you can give it to them." So that's what you're talking about. I want to. But the inheritances I got this time don't contain the ultimate meaning of the law of life at all. Now, I only lack the law of life and the law of destruction. If I fuse with the law of destruction now, I won't be able to master the will of the great path without the law of life. Forget it. I won't compete with them. I don't want them to say that we're bullying them. It wasn't easy for little Qin Zi and Mu Qing to shake hands and make peace. We can't make a scene again because of a small matter. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. I really didn't expect you to have such a big picture view. Li Feng looked as if he had discovered a new continent. Get lost. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf, turned to look at Li Feng, and said with a chuckle, "This proves that your brother wolf has grown up. You're still in the mood?" The white-eyed wolf scowled. The ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws. Could he be more generous to give it to Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang just like that? Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Take it easy. You've seen Mu Qing's all-seeing eye now. With him helping us in the future, we'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Even so, I still feel a little distressed. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. How can there be gains without effort? Let's talk about it later. Isn't there a lot of people in the divine kingdom who have mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws? Qin Feiyang patted the white-eyed wolf's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. The white-eyed wolf froze for a moment, and then his eyes glowed green. That's right. Although there were only a few people in the sky cloud realm who had mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws, the divine kingdom didn't lack such people at all. Not to mention Mount Supreme, the divine island, and the purple gold divine dragon clan's ancestral land, even the major cities could easily find a few people who had mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws. As long as they had the ability to capture these people and force them to hand over the ultimate meaning, not to mention 6, even 60 would be a piece of cake. The most important thing was, this kind of plundering not only strengthened their strength, but also weakened the divine kingdom's strength. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This time, the white-eyed wolf was excited. Maybe in the future, the people around them could also master the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Dage, after Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang master the will of the heavenly Tao, shouldn't you think about sister-in-law? Li Feng asked with a smile. Yes. All these years, I have indeed owed your sister-in-law too much. I will definitely think of her first in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. And my wife, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said. I know. Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly. He was afraid that he would forget about fire dance. Women were the support of men, the spiritual support. Therefore, whether it was the mermaid princess, fire dance, Zhuo Xiaoxian, or fire lotus, he had to take care of them first. To be more selfish, if it weren't for the fact that Mu Qing and the others had mastered the strongest battle soul and could unleash super strength, he would definitely take care of the mermaid princess and the others first. In the tea garden, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing sat opposite each other. Mu Tianyang pondered for a moment, looked at Mu Qing, and asked, what do you think we should do with the 6 ultimate laws? I think, Mu Qing lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked up at Mu Tianyang and said, I want to say it, don't be angry. I think we should give it to Dong Xingyang first. Mu Tianyang was not angry. On the contrary, he was very gratified. Because at least this proved that Mu Qing had recognized her mistake and wanted to make it up to Dong Xingyang. Frankly speaking, Mu Tianyang had always been brooding about Qin Feiyang and Qin Batian and could not let go. Qin Batian destroyed his Tianyang empire. Qin Feiyang destroyed his Mu family single-handedly and killed his woman, Shen Mei. But these were two different things. He had always been grateful to Dong Xingyang. Therefore, when Mu Qing wanted to scheme against Dong Xingyang, he strongly opposed it. You won't object, right? Mu Qing was a little nervous. Why would I? Let's go. Let's go find Dong Xingyang now. Mu Tianyang chuckled, got up, and walked toward a courtyard not far away with the 6 ultimate laws. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, took out the inheritance of the time law, and began to meditate. This was equivalent to an inheritance. And to integrate the inheritance, one must first master this law. In short, first of all, Qin Feiyang had to comprehend the time law before he could integrate this inheritance. Although he had not mastered the time law yet, this inheritance contained all of Jiang Yunshuang's understanding and experience of the time law. And this time law inheritance was Jiang Yunshuang's. So, as long as one was not a fool, one could easily comprehend it, let alone Qin Feiyang who had unlocked the door of potential. In the courtyard where Dong Xingyang was. In the hall. After listening to the purpose of Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing's visit, Dong Xingyang looked at Mu Qing and was very pleased. What he was most worried about was that Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang would fall out with Qin Feiyang and the others after their fighting souls evolved. One had to know. The strongest fighting soul before and after its evolution were two completely different concepts. It was no exaggeration. Now if Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang betrayed everyone and went to Ice Dragon or the Divine Kingdom, then whether it was Ice Dragon or the people of the Divine Kingdom, they would immediately spend a lot of money to train them. They would even treat them as VIPs. But fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Especially Mu Qing. He could tell that no matter if it was him or Qin Feiyang and the others, Mu Qing no longer had any enmity towards them. Looking at the 6 Tao laws, Dong Xingyang smiled and said, the ultimate profound of the 6 Tao laws is really tempting. But my eye of destiny has not evolved. Even if I have mastered the will of heaven, the combat power I can unleash is limited. I appreciate your kindness, but you can merge with it. This, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang looked at each other. In the face of such temptation, how could they reject it? These people were really open-minded. Suddenly, even they felt that they were too narrow-minded in the past. Dong Xingyang pondered for a while and smiled. I have a suggestion. Mu Qing, you can listen to it. Of course, it is just a suggestion. Don't think too much. Go ahead. Mu Qing looked at him. Dong Jingyang said with a smile, actually, your ancestor will benefit the most from fusing these 6 Dharma laws, because his evil eye can be used to kill enemies on the battlefield. As for your all-seeing eye, although it's heaven-defying, it's only an auxiliary ability. It's not very useful in killing enemies on the battlefield. Heard about it? Mu Qing pondered for a while and nodded. That seems to be the case. Outside the battlefield, the all-seeing eye was invincible. It could see everything in the world. But on the battlefield, the all-seeing eye was basically useless. But the evil eye was different. During a battle, the evil eye could control the enemy's 7 emotions and 6 desires. It could control the enemy's thoughts and even turn them into puppets. This was especially true in a life-and-death battle. It could play a crucial role. Anyway, even if you don't master the will of heaven, it will not affect your all-seeing eye. So I suggest letting your ancestor merge with it first. Of course, this depends on your own thoughts. Dong Jingyang smiled. There is nothing to think about. It's decided then. Mu Qing waved his hand and said. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Mu Tianyang was his ancestor, he couldn't possibly snatch it from Mu Tianyang. Chapter 4078. Time flew by. 2 years passed. In these 2 years, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't do anything, but their deeds had been spreading. They broke into the Divine Kingdom, carried away the gate of the Divine Kingdom, looted 51 cities, and then killed their way into the Divine Island, kidnapped Jiang Yunshuang and the 3 evildoers, looted the spirit vein and crystal vein of the Divine Mountain, and destroyed the Divine Island, causing the Divine Clan to suffer a great loss. Most importantly, he had played the monarch, the Divine King, and the supreme being of the human race like fools. No matter which one of these things, it was enough to shake the world. The Divine Kingdom hadn't been so lively for a long time. In these 2 years, the monarch and the other 2 had gathered together to discuss more than once. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly Qin Feiyang and the others. For 2 whole years, this group of people had disappeared without a trace. This was too unusual. What were they planning? Every day, they were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang and the others would run out the next moment and cause a big commotion. This kind of anxiety made them extremely tired. Especially the monarch. 2 years had passed, and his face was full of stubble. He was worried all day long, as if he had aged dozens of years. Because he was under the most pressure. As the monarch of the Divine Kingdom, he had to bear the responsibility of maintaining the order of the Divine Kingdom. The more trouble Qin Feiyang and the others caused, the greater the damage to the Divine Kingdom, and the greater his responsibility would be. 10,000 years had passed. Once the ruler of the Divine Kingdom came out, he, as the monarch, would naturally be blamed. He didn't have to think for himself, but he had to think for the entire Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. If the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan fell into eternal damnation because of him, then he would be the sinner of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan for eternity. On this day, the North Continent. The monarch changed his usual style and wore plain clothes. He looked like an ordinary villager as he entered a remote mountain. Deep in the mountain, there was a small village. There were only 10 households in the village. But the strange thing was, there wasn't even a young man here. There wasn't even a middle-aged man. They were all old men and women in their 50s. There were only about 10 of them. They were also very plain. Some were basking in the sun, some were playing chess, some were drinking tea, and some were fishing by the river in front of the village. It was peaceful and tranquil, and life was incomparably comfortable. In the distance, the monarch looked at the village in the mountains with awe in his eyes. Very soon, he came to the opposite side of the river in front of the village. Beside the river, there was an old man in a linen robe. His face was old, and his hair was mottled with white. He sat on a small stool, and in front of him were 2 self-made fishing rods. "Little Wang, you're here." The old man looked at the monarch with a kind smile on his face. The monarch took a deep breath and walked up to the old man. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, second master." "Little Wang. What are you doing here in our small village? We don't have any good wine or dishes to entertain you." The elders in the village all noticed the king and started to tease him. Hearing this, the monarch was like a child. With a wry smile on his face, he said, "Can you not laugh at me? I don't come here for no reason." The group of elders heard this and smiled at each other. "I knew you would come." One of the old ladies laughed hoarsely. "You knew?" The monarch was stunned. "Yes. Although we live in seclusion here, we have also been paying attention to the divine kingdom." The old lady nodded. "Then, second young mistress, please enlighten me." The monarch bowed and said, "Don't look for an old lady like me. Go to Old Nine. Old Nine is famous for having a lot of ideas." The old lady waved her hand. "Then where is Old Nine?" The monarch glanced at the village and asked. "The back of the mountain." The old lady pointed to the mountain behind the village. It was a mountain about 10,000 feet high. The vegetation was lush, and the scenery was beautiful. All kinds of bird cries could be heard from afar. "Then I'll go to Old Nine." The monarch looked at the group of elders and said with a smile. He immediately walked to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain. At the top of the mountain. There was a tea garden here. Every tea tree emitted a hazy divine light. The monarch had only climbed halfway up the mountain when he could already smell the rich tea fragrance. "That's right." The monarch walked up step by step as if he was on a pilgrimage. Because this village was the holy land in his heart. Each of the elders who lived here had heaven-defying abilities, and they were his last resort. After a while, the monarch finally reached the top of the mountain. He immediately saw an old man who was over 70 years old standing alone in the tea garden. He held a clean towel in his hand and carefully wiped every tea leaf. "Old 9G, the monarch murmured and quickly walked into the tea garden. He bowed and said, "Unfilial descendant, Ji Yunwang, greets Old 9. Old 9G turned to look at the monarch and asked with a smile, "Aren't you staying in the ancestral land? What are you doing here?" Old 9G is asking the obvious. The monarch was helpless. Old 9G smiled faintly and did not answer. He continued to wipe the tea leaves on the tree. The monarch did not dare to disturb him. He stood silently at the side like a reserved child. After a long time, Old 9G finally finished his work. He turned and walked to a stone table not far away. The monarch hurriedly followed. "Have a seat." Old 9G sat in front of the stone table. He greeted the monarch and began to make tea. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be reluctant to leave. Because this tea garden was full of divine tea trees. "Okay." The monarch nodded and sat across from Old 9G obediently. While making tea, Old 9G asked with a smile, "Little Wang, this old man knows why you are here, but this old man wants to ask you first. What do you think of the purple gold dragon blood?" This, the monarch did not know how to answer for a moment. "Actually, as purple gold divine dragons, we all have the same idea as you. We purple gold divine dragons are the noblest divine beasts. Mating with humans is blasphemy to our purple gold divine dragon clan. But, when we heard the rumors about Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian, we all discussed it seriously. Maybe our ideas are too old-fashioned." Old 9G sighed. "What do you mean by that?" The monarch was surprised. Old 9G looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed and he said telepathically, "This old man means that our purple gold divine dragon clan can try to accept Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian." The monarch was shocked. If the sovereign knew about this, the purple gold divine dragon clan would definitely be wiped out. You don't have to be surprised. This is not just this old man's idea. Although our purple gold divine dragon clan is powerful, we can't control our own fate. We should learn to resist and fight for ourselves. Of course. We also have to observe Qin Feiyang's potential. Does he have the ability to fight against the sovereign? In short, we can't be the sinners of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Do you understand? Old 9G telepathically said. The monarch nodded. He had made it so clear. How could he not understand? Old 9G smiled and said telepathically, if there's a chance, ask Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian to come here. We old guys want to see the glory of these two young people with our own eyes. Okay. The monarch said. Are there any other questions? Old 9G asked. Yes. I've never understood what Qin Feiyang and the others' intentions are. The monarch looked suspicious. Intentions? Old 9G shook his head and laughed. You're too involved to see clearly. The monarch was stunned and hurriedly said, please enlighten me, Old 9G. Old 9G asked, have Qin Feiyang and the others done anything outrageous since they came to the Divine Kingdom? It seems, the monarch thought for a moment and frowned. Apart from the time when we were hunting them down and they hurt some innocent people, they didn't do anything outrageous. They didn't just do nothing. Even when they looted the 51 cities in the West Continent, they didn't hurt any innocent people. As for what happened on the Divine Island 2 years ago, it had no effect on the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan and the human race. In other words, they have never directly targeted the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan and the human race. Do you know why? Because Qin Feiyang is a human, so he doesn't want to attack the human race. And the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan has an inseparable relationship with Qin Feiyang, so he doesn't want to target us. So he chose the God race as his target. But he didn't really go all out against the Protoss. Otherwise, the entire direct line of descent and descendants of the Protoss would have been wiped out 2 years ago. After all, they have the ability to do so. Old 9G smiled. Makes sense. The monarch nodded. Ji Jiu picked up the teacup and sniffed it. He thought to himself, if I'm not wrong, their real goal should be that person. The monarch's heart trembled. It was so vague. Was there a need to guess? Obviously, he was referring to the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. Old 9G smiled. Little Wang, although you are the monarch of the Divine Kingdom, you have to admit that Qin Feiyang is more farsighted than you. These words made the monarch a little unconvinced. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Feiyang in person. He has definitely seen the situation and helplessness of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. And the only way to break out of our current predicament is to get rid of that person. In this way, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, including the human race, the God race, the beast race, and the sea race, can be truly free. As long as we get rid of that person, the problem between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud realm will naturally be solved. Old 9G smiled secretly. The monarch's scalp went numb. He never thought that these young people were planning such a terrible plan. Getting rid of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom was a problem he didn't even dare to think about. Old 9G drank tea and suddenly seemed to think of something. He smiled secretly and said, before you leave Ji Shaoyi with us. Ah. The monarch looked at old 9G in astonishment. What was he up to this time? Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan have fallen into their hands. The next target is naturally Ji Shaoyi, Lu Zhongtian, and Zhuang Mingyue. Lu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyue are from the human race, so they have little to do with us. But Ji Shaoyi is the prodigy of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, so we must protect him well. Let's talk about it later. If Qin Feiyang and the others know that Ji Shaoyi is with us, will they not come? Old 9G chuckled. So that's how it is. The monarch suddenly understood and said with a smile, indeed, leaving Ji Shaoyi here is safer than staying by my side. Then I'll leave the future to you. After that, he called Ji Shaoyi out of the spatial divine item. Chapter 4079. Black Tortoise Realm. 2 years in the outside world was more than 3 million years in the Black Tortoise Realm. After these years of development, the current Black Tortoise Realm was comparable to the size of 2 ancient realms. It could be said that it was getting stronger day by day. Of course. The strength of Qin Feiyang and the others was also soaring. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the Time God's sword appeared above the ancient castle. The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared from the ancient castle, and the aura he exuded was stronger than before. Because now, he had integrated the ultimate meaning of the time law. Other than the light law, all of them were the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws. In terms of quantity, he had already caught up to the king. This was because the monarch had also grasped the 7 ultimate mysteries. Moreover, in terms of quality, the king couldn't catch up. Although the king's 7 ultimate meanings were all the strongest laws, Qin Feiyang's life and death law ultimate meaning could fight 1 against 6. Following the appearance of the commotion, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, and Mu Qing also ran out and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang was also looking forward to it. However, after a long while, the will of heaven didn't descend from the sky. What's going on? Life and death law, life law, destruction law, cause and effect law, plus the current time law, aren't these the 6 strongest laws? Why didn't the will of heaven descend? Could it be that a person can only master one will of heaven in their life? Several people were surprised. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Did they look forward to it for nothing? Wait. The life and death law has already surpassed the limit of the strongest laws. To be honest, it no longer belongs to the strongest laws. Could it be that one has to master another ultimate meaning of the strongest law? Frenzy frowned. White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, and Mu Qing were slightly stunned when they heard this. After thinking carefully, it seemed to make sense. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the Time God's sword dissipated. He landed in front of Frenzy and smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then there's still hope, but I'm afraid it will be for nothing. Don't be discouraged. After all, there is no precedent for this matter. We have to verify it ourselves. Madman bared his teeth. I'm not discouraged. If I really have to fuse another ultimate profundity, then I'll choose the law of spacetime. Seeing you guys open up the spacetime passageway and go wherever you want, I'm a little envious. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Madman rolled his eyes. Your laws of darkness have already fused? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course. If not, would you be able to see me now? Madman smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then you are also a man who has mastered the 6-path ultimate mysteries. You flatter me. Compared to you, I'm still lacking. Madman chuckled. But soon, he would catch up with Qin Feiyang. No, he had surpassed Qin Feiyang. Because now, he already had enough ultimate meaning in his hands, and he was just short of unsealing it. Once the seal was unraveled and the 3 ultimate laws of nature were fused together, he would be in control of the 9 ultimate mysteries. This was the rhythm of ascending to heaven. Just thinking about it made him excited. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing again and asked, You didn't fuse with the inheritance? No. Fuse with the ancestor first. Mu Qing shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise. He had really changed a lot. With a smile, he said, Then help me take a look. Where are the ruler of the divine kingdom, Ice Dragon, and Small Beast now? Okay. Mu Qing nodded and opened his all-seeing eye. A moment later, he was slightly taken aback, and his expression became strange. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him in confusion. Mu Qing said in disbelief, They are actually in the Hell King's Hell. What? Hell King's Hell? Qin Feiyang and the others were also stunned. There's no mistake, they are in the Hell King's Hell. And they are in the Divine Demon Forest. Mu Qing said with certainty. This Ice Dragon and Small Beast are really capable. This ruler is not in the Divine Kingdom, so it will be much more convenient for us to do things in the future. Madman laughed loudly. Yes. In the future, We don't have to hide when we talk to the human race's sovereign and sovereign. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's not the point, okay? The white-eyed wolf opened his mouth and looked at Mu Qing in disbelief. Then what is the point? Qin Feiyang, Madman, Li Feng, and Mu Qing all looked at the white-eyed wolf in confusion. The point is that this guy's all-seeing eye can actually see Ice Dragon and the others in the Divine Kingdom. You have to know that the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm are two different worlds. The white-eyed wolf said. In other words, the all-seeing eye can ignore the existence of the world. No matter where the other party is, it can be seen. So this is what you are talking about. The all-seeing eye has no lethality. If its ability is not heaven-defying, can it be called the strongest battle soul? Moreover, I discovered this long ago. Only you are slow to realize it. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Discovered it long ago? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Yes. The Black Tortoise Realm is also an independent world. Back then, he was able to spy on the whereabouts of the Divine King and the others in the Black Tortoise Realm. Doesn't that mean that he can ignore the existence of the world? In short, with the help of the all-seeing eye and the ruler being taken to the underworld by Ice Dragon and Small Beast, we can basically do whatever we want in the Divine Kingdom in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Makes sense. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. It seemed that this Mu Qing was still very valuable. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, help me check the whereabouts of the monarch and the other two, as well as Ji Shaoyi, Lu Zhongtian, and Zhuang Mingyue. Okay. Mu Qing opened the all-seeing eye again. This is too convenient. Li Feng muttered. It could be said that as long as Mu Qing was here, any conspiracy or encirclement would be useless against them. He finally understood why Qin Feiyang cared so much about Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, Dong Zhengyang, and the demon ancestor. It was not an exaggeration to say that. With the help of these people, it was like a god helping them. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared on Mu Qing's face. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Strange. Mu Qing frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let me take a closer look. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. After a while, Mu Qing frowned more and more. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, he said, it's really strange. The monarch, the human race, the divine king, Lu Zhongtian, and Zhuang Mingyue's positions have not changed, but Ji Shaoyi is not in the monarch's spatial divine item. Not here? It can't be. Is the monarch not afraid that we will attack Ji Shaoyi? White-eyed wolf was surprised. This is what I don't understand. Mu Qing said. Where is Ji Shaoyi now? Li Feng asked. On a mountaintop surrounded by tea gardens and an old man. Mu Qing's eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. This place is a treasure for you. What treasure? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. If my judgment is correct, the tea garden is full of divine tea trees. Mu Qing grinned. It's all divine tea trees? Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, where is this place? I don't know. I haven't been there. I have to find someone to inquire about it. Mu Qing shook his head. It's all divine tea trees. Mountaintop. Old man. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Since the monarch can give Ji Shaoyi to that old man without worry, it means that the old man's strength is beyond imagination. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than us? Frenzy's face was full of disdain. That's right. Even the monarch is no match for us, let alone a bad old man. Don't panic. Why don't we go find the human race's supreme being first? Maybe he knows where this place is? White-eyed wolf followed. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Mu Qing with a smile. Then we will have to trouble you to go out with us. Right now, they must bring Mu Qing with them. This way, they can calmly deal with all the unknown changes. It's my pleasure. Mu Qing smiled. Whoosh! The group of 5 retracted their auras and appeared on top of a mountain. Mount Supreme was right in front of them. Because back then, Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise realm right after he came to Mount Supreme to gather information. Wait. If Mu Qing follows us, then we don't have to worry about the monarch and the divine king bringing people to surround us, right? Because he can always use his heaven's eye to spy on the monarch and the divine king's whereabouts. White-Eyed Wolf scanned Mount Supreme and suddenly said, "Yeah. Once we find out that they are bringing people to surround us, we can just leave early. The people of Mount Supreme can't stop us anyway." Frenzy's eyes also lit up. The current Mu Qing was indeed an indispensable helper. Qin Feiyang also slapped his head. He actually overlooked this point. Back then, they were still thinking about how to lure the human race's sovereign out, but now they realized that there was no need for that. If that's the case, then let's directly charge into Mount Supreme? Li Feng asked. Hee hee. The madman grinned. He took a step forward and landed on the edge of Mount Supreme. Please. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and smiled. Don't worry. Mu Qing smiled and opened his heaven's eye to pay attention to the monarch and the divine king's movements. At the same time, as Qin Feiyang and the others appeared, the Great Venerable immediately stood up, as if he was facing a great enemy. Because the person guarding here was the Great Venerable of Mount Supreme. Don't be nervous. We were invited here as guests. Frenzy chuckled. The Great Venerable glanced at them and remained silent. What do you mean? Didn't you sovereigns ask the Third Venerable to invite us to Mount Supreme a while ago? Now that we're invited, this is your attitude? White-Eyed Wolf raised his eyebrows. Actually, the Great Venerable couldn't be blamed. After disappearing for 2 years and suddenly appearing at Mount Supreme, no one would be able to remain calm. Senior, don't worry this time, we're not here to cause trouble. Qin Feiyang said with an amiable smile. The Great Venerable glanced at White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Wait here, I'll inform Lord Supreme. No need, just bring them in. At this moment, the human race's sovereign's voice came from the depths of the mountain. Yes. The Great Venerable replied respectfully and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. With a wave of his hand, a barrier appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, then a crack appeared on the barrier. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and stepped into the barrier. Sovereign, hurry and inform the Divine King and the King to come and encircle them. That's right. This is a good chance, as long as we delay them and wait for the Divine King and the King to come, then they'll be like turtles in a jar. While the Great Venerable led Qin Feiyang and the others into the depths of the mountain, the other venerables also sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others and immediately communicated with their minds. However, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't know about these communications. Happy Lantern Festival, today is the last day of the Spring Festival, I wish everyone a great success in the new year. At the same time, I'll resume the update tomorrow. Chapter 4080. Don't joke with us. There are so many people in Mount Supreme. Once the battle starts, there will be countless casualties. Besides, they kidnapped Jiang Yunshuang and the other two. The Eye of Heaven might have evolved by now. Once the Eye of Heaven evolves, nothing in the world can hide. That's right. With the Eye of Heaven, it's impossible to surround them. But some sovereigns objected. But this is a rare opportunity. Are we going to miss it? Some people weren't willing to give up. Stop arguing. Let's listen to what the Supreme says. The Great Sovereign said. The sovereigns were silent for a while. The human Supreme said, Great Sovereign, stay next to them and observe carefully. See if any of them have opened the Eye of Heaven. When the Great Venerable heard this, he calmly glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 4. Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf. Needless to say, everyone knew about his battle soul. Although the people of the Divine Kingdom were familiar with Li Feng, they had never seen his battle soul. Mu Qing was also a stranger to the people of the Divine Kingdom. So the great sovereign focused on observing Li Feng and Mu Qing. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was startled. When his eyes met Mu Qing's, he immediately felt fear from the depths of his soul. Also, he felt like he was being watched, as if his clothes were being stripped off. That's right. This was the Eye of Heaven. As the great sovereign of the human race, he had of course seen Jiang Zishan, so he knew what the Eye of Heaven was. He was too nervous when facing Qin Feiyang, the madman and the white-eyed wolf, so he didn't pay attention to Mu Qing. Only now did he know that the owner of the Eye of Heaven was right next to them. We can't attack. The owner of the Eye of Heaven is right next to me. And now, he's opening the Eye of Heaven. It's very likely that he's spying on the Divine King and the King to prevent us from encircling them. The great sovereign hurriedly told the human supreme and the other sovereigns about this. In that case, the all-seeing eye has really evolved. The Eye of Heaven, the Eye of Despair, and now the Eye of Heaven. How are we going to deal with them in the future? Don't forget. There's also the Evil Eye and the Life Eye. These two most powerful fighting souls are incredible. If the possessors of these strongest fighting souls join forces, I'm afraid that even if we can successfully encircle and annihilate them, we will have to pay a heavy price. The words of the martial highnesses were filled with fear. If only Long Qin was here. No matter what method the venerables used to communicate in secret, they could all hear it. Very soon. Majestic halls entered Qin Feiyang's and the others' line of sight. In front of every hall, there was a sea of people. They were all from Mount Supreme. There were enforcers, elders, and even disciples. That was right. Mount Supreme also had a large number of disciples. Each and every one of these disciples was a peerless genius. For example, the blue-haired youth and the others who appeared in the sky cloud realm were the monstrous disciples of Mount Supreme. Also, the hundreds of thousands of divine kingdom geniuses that Ryuko and the others brought to the sky cloud realm were mostly disciples of Mount Supreme. At this moment, there were many familiar faces here. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Li Feng in the sky, their eyes were filled with hatred. At the same time, looking at the foundation of Mount Supreme, Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Because any one of these disciples could sense the aura of the ultimate profound. Although most of them only had the aura of the ultimate profound of ordinary laws, it was still shocking enough. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as his gaze fell on the peak of a giant mountain not far away. At the peak of the mountain, more than a dozen young men and women were gathered. A few of them were familiar faces. They were the blue-haired youth and the other geniuses. So it's an old friend. Li Feng also chuckled. Everyone, how have you been? The madman waved his hand and greeted them warmly. The blue-haired youth and the others' faces darkened. Was he provoking them? Senior brother Wang Feng, senior sister Luo Dan, how can you tolerate this? A genius on the side looked at Wang Feng and the others and mocked. Wang Feng glanced at the genius and said gloomily, if you have the ability, then go ahead. We will definitely cheer for you here. But if you don't, then shut up. That genius's expression froze. Zhao Hong, don't talk about defeating them. As long as you have the courage to challenge them, I will admire you. Luo Dan also spoke. This Luo Dan was the woman in red that went to the sky cloud realm. She had mastered the three ultimate profound of death, thunder, and slaughter. In the past, with Luo Dan's strength, she could indeed pose a threat to Qin Feiyang and the others. But now, it was not worth mentioning. Hearing this, a cold light appeared in the eyes of the genius named Zhao Hong. You don't dare? Then what right do you have to laugh at us? At least when we were in the sky cloud realm, we still dared to fight them. Another young man in black sneered. This person was also one of the top 10 geniuses that went to the sky cloud realm. His name was Lu Sheng. Back then, he also suffered at the hands of Li Feng, Long Qin, and Yun Ziang. What a joke. I am a genius of Mount Supreme. How can I not even have the courage to challenge them? Open your eyes wide and watch how I challenge them. Zhao Hong sneered and stepped forward. He instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Wang Feng and the others were stunned. He actually went? How can there be such a stupid person? Although you didn't personally witness Qin Feiyang and the others' methods, there are plenty of rumors and deeds about them in the Divine Kingdom. Not to mention anything else, just these people alone killed their way into the island of the gods 2 years ago. Not only did they kidnap Jiang Yunshuang and the others, they even managed to retreat in front of the king and the others. This isn't something that you, Zhao Hong, can challenge. At the same time, the enforcers, disciples, and elders of Mount Supreme all looked at Zhao Hong in shock. What are you doing suddenly jumping out? Even the great venerables who were leading the way were caught off guard when they saw this scene. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the other 4. They didn't expect that someone would dare to block their way. Zhao Hong stood majestically in the air and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. I, Zhao Hong, a genius disciple of Mount Supreme, challenge you. Huh? The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. What the hell? Challenging us? Did I hear wrong? Where did this courage come from? The great venerable was stunned for a moment, then became furious. He glared at Zhao Hong and yelled, "What are you doing? Back off with me." Even he, the great venerable, didn't dare to challenge Qin Feiyang and the others. What are you, a disciple? Don't you have any self-awareness at all? Great venerable, this is where you are wrong. It's a good thing that you disciples of Mount Supreme have such courage. This is worth encouraging. Why are you lecturing him? The madman looked at the great venerable and chuckled. The great venerable's mouth twitched. Encouraging? He really wanted to slap such a stupid action. He said with a dark face, "He's just being immature. Please don't take it to heart." No. On the contrary, we admire him. The madman waved his hand and looked at Zhao Hong. He bared his teeth and said, "We've always promoted the virtue of helping others. Since you want to fight with us, then I'll do as you wish. Come." Zhao Hong glanced at the madman, then pointed at Mu Qing and said, "I want to challenge him." What? Mu Qing was stunned. Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf and Li Feng were also stunned. Even the great venerable, Wang Feng and the other geniuses looked at Zhao Hong in shock. Challenge this person? Wait. I don't think I've seen this person in the sky cloud realm before. Wang Feng, Luo Dan, Lu Sheng and the others looked at Mu Qing in shock. Just like the great venerable, they didn't know if they didn't look. But after looking, their faces were filled with shock. The all-seeing eye. He's the owner of the all-seeing eye? He's been hiding beside Qin Feiyang all this time. Back then, they held a friendly competition in the sky cloud realm to find the owners of the strongest battle souls. But they've never seen this person since the friendly competition was held. He's really good at hiding. Doesn't that mean the other owner of the all-seeing eye, Jiang Zishan, has died? Mu Qing came back to her senses and said in shock, "Did I hear wrong? Are you sure he's here to challenge me?" Yes. He's here to challenge you. Maybe he thinks you're easier to bully. The madman chuckled. Mu Qing's face darkened. He really knows how to pick an opponent. What do we do? Do you want to fight? The madman laughed secretly. I don't even have a single ultimate law, how can I fight? Mu Qing rolled her eyes. In fact, she had also comprehended an ultimate law, but it was only an ordinary law. As a prodigy of Mount Supreme, Zhao Hong must have mastered the ultimate law, so she had no chance of winning. But now, if she didn't dare to accept the challenge in front of everyone, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? If he wants to challenge you, you just have to accept it. Qin Feiyang transmitted her voice. Huh? Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang. Asking him to be tortured? Anyway, it's not like I can't use the sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Mu Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this. That's right. If you're not strong enough, you can use the sovereign divine weapon to make up for it. Little guy, you want to challenge me? Wait. I'll make sure you don't even have a place to cry. You don't dare? Seeing that Mu Qing was silent for a long time, Zhao Hong sneered. Indeed, I don't dare. I don't have enough ability. Mu Qing shook her head and sighed. Huh, Zhao Hong laughed loudly. It seemed that he had found the right target. Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf. He had long heard of Li Feng's strength. Even Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko were no match for them, let alone him. So he chose Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing had the all-seeing eye, the aura she revealed wasn't very strong. At first, he was still a little nervous. Was this person pretending to be weak? But now, hearing Mu Qing admit it personally, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Indeed. No matter what he did, he needed brains. As long as he had brains, even if he wasn't confident, he could find an opportunity. And now, Mu Qing didn't dare to accept the challenge. That was undoubtedly the time for him to hold his head high. Chapter 4081. He's really lucky. Wang Feng and the others looked at the arrogant Zhao Hong and felt extremely unbalanced. They really didn't expect this. A person with the all-seeing eye was actually so weak that he didn't even dare to accept Zhao Hong's challenge. How boring. The owner of the all-seeing eye only has this much ability. Zhao Hong shook his head and turned around to leave. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other as the corners of their mouths kept twitching. Putting everything else aside, Zhao Hong was truly better than anyone else when it came to acting tough. Seeing this scene, the great sage also had a trace of a smile on his face. Although Zhao Hong's actions were a bit despicable, it was still quite enjoyable to see Qin Feiyang and the others suffer. However, at this moment, Mu Qing lifted the corner of his mouth and said, although I'm not strong enough, I still want to try. After all, he's a prodigy of Mount Supreme. I still have to give him some face. Brothers, don't you agree? Yes. Lunatic, white-eyed wolf. Li Feng nodded. What? Zhao Hong's body stiffened as he slowly turned around to look at Mu Qing. The great sage's eyelids also twitched. Could it be that the owner of the all-seeing eye was really pretending to be weak? Wang Feng and the others were looking forward to it. Mu Qing walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at Zhao Hong. He cupped his hands and said, I hope Brother Zhao can go easy on me. Zhao Hong frowned. Is this person really that weak, or is he pretending to be weak? I can't figure him out at all. I'm going to start. Mu Qing chuckled. Hearing this, Zhao Hong immediately became alert. Give me the Dominator Divine Weapon. Mu Qing sent a message to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He calmly thought of something. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, a fiery red longsword immediately appeared in front of Mu Qing. Its terrifying sharpness instantly covered the entire Mount Supreme. That's right. It was the Blaze Magic Sword. After all these years, although the Blaze Magic Sword had not been fully restored, it was almost fully restored. In his current state, if he were to fight against a sovereign divine weapon of the same level, he would definitely be slightly weaker. However, it would be easy for him to crush an ultimate intent. After all, the Raging Flame's magic sword was an intermediate dominator weapon. However, Qin Feiyang had quite a number of sovereign divine weapons, but why did he take out this Raging Flame's devil's sword that had yet to be fully repaired? Actually, he wanted to let Mu Qing use this opportunity to establish her might in Mount Supreme and spread her name throughout the Divine Kingdom. This is, meanwhile. The Great Venerable's expression froze. As an expert who had grasped the will of the Great Path, he had even seen high-grade Dominator divine weapons before. Naturally, he could recognize that the Raging Flame's magic sword was an intermediate-grade Dominator divine weapon. Furthermore, under Qin Feiyang's deliberate arrangement, the Raging Flame's magic sword directly appeared in front of Mu Qing. And all these years, the Raging Flame's magic sword had been repairing its body in the land of origin and had never appeared in the world. Therefore, no one in the Divine Kingdom knew that Qin Feiyang had an intermediate-grade Dominator divine weapon. They also didn't know that the Raging Flame's magic sword belonged to Qin Feiyang. So when they saw the Raging Flame's magic sword appear in front of Mu Qing, they naturally thought that Mu Qing was the owner of the Raging Flame's magic sword. This shocked the Great Venerable quite a bit. Because even in the Divine Kingdom, intermediate-grade Dominator divine weapons were rare. Anyone who had an intermediate-grade Dominator divine weapon must have an extraordinary background. Not only the Great Venerable, even the human race's supremes and the other 9 supremes who were secretly watching were also shocked. If even these big shots were like this, then there was no need to mention the others in Mount Supreme. Whether it was Wang Feng and the other prodigies, or the enforcers of Mount Supreme, they were all shocked. Especially Zhao Hong. His face was filled with disbelief. He actually has an intermediate-grade Dominator divine weapon? What kind of joke is this? I'm coming. Mu Qin grinned at Zhao Hong, grabbed the Raging Flame's magic sword, and charged towards Zhao Hong with an earth-shattering sharpness. You're shameless. Zhao Hong shuddered, and immediately roared as he turned around and ran. Shameless? I don't think it's said that I can't use a Dominator divine weapon. Mu Qing's face was filled with mockery. With a clang, the Raging Flame's magic sword flew out of his hand and turned into a bolt of lightning. It instantly caught up to Zhao Hong, who was running away. Accompanied by a scream, a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on Zhao Hong's lower abdomen. The Raging Flame's magic sword aura turned into a sword dragon and pierced through Zhao Hong's lower abdomen, causing blood to flow out. With his energy reserve shattered, it was useless no matter how strong he was. That's it? Mu Qing's eyes were filled with disdain as he stepped forward and kicked. Zhao Hong howled in pain as he smashed into the mountains below like a blood-stained meteorite. But it wasn't over yet. Mu Qing grabbed the Raging Flame's magic sword and stepped onto the ground below, stomping towards Zhao Hong's head. Zhao Hong's head was instantly crushed, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Have mercy. Everything happened too quickly. The Great Supremacy quickly came back to his senses and shouted. Mu Qing turned a deaf ear to him. The Raging Flame's magic sword in his hand surged out and slashed towards Zhao Hong's divine soul. No, Zhao Hong screamed in fear. The Great Supremacy also quickly rushed down to stop him. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and stood in front of the Great Venerable. What are you doing? The Great Supremacy said angrily. When Zhao Hong challenged me, he didn't say anything about stopping. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Li Feng looked at each other with a playful smile on their faces. Since he dared to challenge them, he had to pay the price. Hearing this, the Great Supremacy's face darkened. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, if the Great Supremacy is confident that you can defeat me, you can do it. While they were talking, the Raging Flame's magic sword had already arrived. Great Supremacy, save me, Zhao Hong roared in despair. The next moment, his divine soul shattered in the void, leaving behind a headless corpse dripping with blood. Looking at this scene, the Great Supremacy was furious to the extreme. But Qin Feiyang and the others didn't care at all, with a faint smile on their faces. This was the deterrence of strength. If it was before, Qin Feiyang hadn't comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and hadn't grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Facing a powerhouse like the Great Supremacy, he could only be cautious. But now. So what if you're a Great Supremacy? So what if you're a human supremacy? If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. Mount Supreme's prodigy, Mu Qing wiped the bloodstains on the Raging Flame's magic sword and chuckled, you're just a so-so. As his voice fell, he stepped into the sky and looked down at the entire Mount Supreme. Which other prodigy wants to challenge me? His voice wasn't loud, but it shook the entire Mount Supreme. Not a single disciple dared to make a sound, their eyes were filled with fear. Even Wang Feng and the other prodigies didn't dare to make a sound. You've gone too far by killing our Mount Supreme's prodigy. Lord Supreme, please bring out our Mount Supreme's sovereign divine weapon. The angry shouts of the various supremacies sounded from all directions of Mount Supreme. Qin Feiyang looked around and said with a faint smile, "Fellow supremacies, you're all so murderous. You were the ones who killed our Mount Supreme's prodigy first, and now you're saying that we're murderous?" The various supremacies were furious. "What can we do?" Zhao Hong asked for it. "Of course, if you insist on attacking, we won't stop you. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Think twice before you act. After all, Mount Supreme is the sacred land of the human race. If you're not careful, you might be razed to the ground by us. That would be a huge sin." Madman snickered. Without the Divine Kingdom's sovereign divine weapon, they were just that fearless. "If you want to fight, I'll fight you anytime." The various supremacies were furious. What kind of advice? This was obviously a blatant threat to them. "As a human venerable one, you're only good at talking." Mu Qing smiled in disdain and looked around. He said proudly, "Remember my name, the owner of the all-seeing eye, Mu Qing." Mu Qing, everyone murmured. Without a doubt, this name would be imprinted in the minds of everyone in Mount Supreme. "Great supremacies, bring them over." At this moment, the human supremacy's voice sounded. "Yes." The great supremacy suppressed his killing intent and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. "Please." The group of people immediately followed the great supremacies and flew deeper into the mountain under everyone's gazes. As for the flame magic sword, it was once again sent to the land of origin to repair its body. Mu Qing, all-seeing eye, this group of people is really terrifying. After entering our Mount Supreme, they didn't hold back at all. Instead, they killed Zhao Hong in front of the supremacies and the 10 supremacies. Zhao Hong is a true genius who has mastered 2 ultimate mysteries. Even the supremacies praised him and said that his future was limitless. I didn't expect him to die in the hands of these people. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the others left, the place immediately exploded. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Wang Feng and the others looked at each other. There was also an indescribable fear in their hearts. Although they deliberately provoked Zhao Hong, they never thought that Mu Qing would directly kill him. Because in their opinion, no matter how bold Qin Feiyang and the others were, they should have restrained themselves after coming to Mount Supreme. But in the end, it was completely different. Even if the great supremacies were present, they couldn't stop the killing intent of this group of people. In the depths, a 10,000-foot tall mountain stood among the mountains like a king. At the top of the mountain, there was an ancient hall that looked extremely simple. In front of the hall, there was a square. At this moment, the great supremacies led Qin Feiyang and the others to the square. There was no one around, but there was an aura coming from the hall. It was the aura of the human supremacies. "Come in." The voice of the human supremacies sounded in the hall. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and followed behind the great supremacies. The hall was also extremely simple. It was impossible to tell that this was the place where the human supremacies lived. At this moment, the human supremacies sat on the side of the hall alone with a tea table in front of them. The tea was already brewed. The tea fragrance filled the entire hall. Qin Feiyang smelled the tea fragrance and his eyes immediately lit up. This was the smell of divine tea. The human supremacies raised his head and looked at the great supremacies with a smile. "You go out first and close the door. I want to talk to them alone." "How can you?" the great supremacies hurriedly said with a face full of worry. One had to know. The current Qin Feiyang completely had the ability to kill a supremacies. "It's okay." The human supremacies smiled. Chapter 4082. All right. The great supremacy nodded, bowed, and retreated to the main hall, closing the door. "Please sit." The human race supremacy looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 4 and pointed at the wooden stools beside the tea table. The 5 of them sat down. Qin Feiyang and the human race supremacy sat opposite each other. The frenzy, white-eyed wolf, Li Feng, and Mu Qing sat on either side of Qin Feiyang. Sometimes, there were hidden mysteries in the seats they sat in. If it was any other time, or when friends gathered, they could sit however they wanted without any rules. But at this time, there had to be a hierarchy. Of course. The hierarchy here didn't represent the difference in status. In other words, Qin Feiyang sat in the middle, facing the human race supremacy, but it didn't mean that he was superior to the frenzy and the others. Because to Qin Feiyang and the others, no matter how strong or weak you were, they were all friends and partners, and their status was the same. And at this moment, the so-called hierarchy actually represented the candidate to negotiate with the human race supremacy. Among the five, Qin Feiyang was more meticulous, so Qin Feiyang was the leader to negotiate with the human race supremacy. And the main negotiator had to face the other party face to face to show respect to the other party. Of course. The frenzy, white-eyed wolf, Mu Qing, and Li Feng weren't easy to deal with, and they definitely had the ability to negotiate. However, whether it was in the past or now, as long as Qin Feiyang was present, they couldn't be bothered to waste their energy and gave Qin Feiyang full authority to deal with it. You guys are really impressive, giving us a show of strength as soon as you came to Mount Supreme. The human race supremacy shook his head as he poured 5 cups of tea and pushed them in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The white-eyed wolf looked at the teacup with disdain, then took out a jar of unparalleled divine wine and said to the frenzy and the others, "Do you guys want it?" "Yes." The 3 nodded. The white-eyed wolf took out another 3 people and threw them to them. Then, the 4 of them began to drink leisurely. They didn't even spare a glance at the divine tea in the teacups, which made the human supremes feel rather awkward. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang pick up the teacup and taste it with an experienced look, he felt a lot better. Finally, there was someone who knew what was good for them. But he didn't know. It wasn't that white-eyed wolf and the others didn't know what was good for them. It was that they weren't interested in tea at all. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. This kind of divine tea was refreshing, making one feel as if they were standing under a cool sea breeze, leaving a rich aftertaste. It seems that little brother is really a tea lover. The supreme being of the human race chuckled. He had thought that Qin Feiyang was pretending. "I don't have any other hobbies. I just like this." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. After tasting it for a while, he said, "Senior, this time it wasn't us who deliberately wanted to show off. It was your Supreme Mountain's disciples who were too blind. It was indeed Zhao Hong who provoked us first. But, you killed him just like that. How would our Supreme Mountain face the world in the future?" The human Supreme shook his head and sighed. "You naturally have to pay the price for doing something wrong. This is the rule." Qin Feiyang said. "Then what about your actions in the Divine Kingdom? Looting the spirit veins and crystal veins of 51 cities, breaking into the Divine Island, and greatly damaging the Divine Race's vitality. Isn't this a mistake?" The human Supremes asked. If the Divine Kingdom didn't invade the Sky Cloud realm, would these things still happen? This is the so-called karma. The Divine Kingdom committed a heinous crime in the Sky Cloud realm. Our Sky Cloud realm came to collect the debt. Is this a mistake? Qin Feiyang chuckled. The 4 of them looked at each other. The smell of gunpowder had already appeared. "Young man, you really have a glib tongue." The human supreme smiled bitterly. No. What this junior said is the truth. No matter what we did in the Divine Kingdom, you have no right to blame us. Because this is the evil karma that you planted with your own hands. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although he didn't witness the Divine Kingdom's first invasion of the Sky Cloud realm, it wasn't hard to imagine how tragic the battle was from what the Little Rabbit, Feather Emperor, and others said. These were all the sins committed by the Divine Kingdom. Blood for blood, everyone understood the principle of blood. Frankly speaking, his current attitude towards the Divine Kingdom was already very benevolent. If it was someone else with his strength, they would definitely massacre the divine kingdom. Evil karma, the human supremes murmured and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he didn't feel anything because he wasn't from the sky cloud realm. But now, seeing Qin Feiyang and others break into the divine kingdom and make the divine kingdom face the crisis of the sky cloud realm back then, he realized that in the past, the divine kingdom had indeed caused too much damage to the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Please forgive this junior for saying something offensive. Although you are the human supremes, your awareness is far from enough." Hearing this, a trace of suspicion crawled on the face of the human supremes. Whether it is the divine kingdom or the sky cloud realm, as long as one is a human, they belong to the human race. But as the human supremes, not only did you not protect them, you even helped the evildoers to harm them. May I ask, are you really competent as the human supremes? Are you worthy of the title of the human supremes? Qin Feiyang asked again and again, leaving the human supreme speechless. My ancestor, the human emperor. Like you, he was the leader of the human race of the sky cloud realm. Although I have not seen him with my own eyes, I am sure that if it were him, he would never harm the human race of the divine kingdom. Not to mention the human emperor, just my ancestor, Qin Batian, how much did he sacrifice for the world in his life? If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the great Qin, the forgotten continent, and the ancient world to see how the people of these places praise him. No. Not only the human race, but the other races also respect him. This is a person who truly cares for the world. Maybe now you see me desperately protecting the sky cloud realm and think that I am very great, but in fact, compared to my ancestor, I am nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said it lightly, but in the ears of the human supremes, it was like a bolt from the blue. Thinking back to what he had done in the past, he was indeed ashamed of the title of the human supremes. A true human supreme should have no boundaries, no distinction between worlds, and could protect all the humans in the world. Let's get back to the topic. Why did you ask us to come to Mount Supreme? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. It could be seen that the human supreme's faith had been shaken, but this kind of thing could not be rushed. He had to be given a time to adapt. Heard. The human supremes took a deep breath and sincerely begged, I hope that you can leave the divine kingdom. Leave the divine kingdom? Madman and the others were stunned. What kind of joke was this? They had come here after a narrow escape, how could they leave just like that? Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and chuckled, do you think it is possible? Impossible. The human supreme smiled bitterly. If it was him, he would not leave the divine kingdom so easily. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He put down the teacup and looked at the human supreme seriously. You want us to leave the divine kingdom because you are worried that we will destroy the divine kingdom. Actually, I have a better proposal here. What proposal? The human supremes was suspicious. Join forces with us and get rid of the divine kingdom's ruler. Qin Feiyang said. Without hiding anything. His words were filled with killing intent. What? The human supremes suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. The target of this group of people was actually the divine kingdom's ruler. Qin Feiyang said, at this point, I will not hide it from you. Our purpose in coming to the divine kingdom is to destroy the divine kingdom. Destroy the divine kingdom. The human supremes was shocked. That's right. Destroy the divine kingdom. In other words, destroy this world. Make the divine kingdom disappear from this world. Qin Feiyang said. You, the human supremes was extremely shocked. Destroying the divine kingdom was even more shocking than killing the ruler. Because killing the ruler, even if it was successful, only one person would die. But destroying the divine kingdom was destroying the entire world and all the living beings here. Everything would turn into dust. But to be honest, I really can't bear to destroy all the living beings in the divine kingdom, so I set my sights on the divine kingdom's ruler. After all, there is a good saying, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. At the same time, I also think highly of you. If you are willing to cooperate with us, when we get rid of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, this world will be under your control. As the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, you will be able to rebuild the order of the Divine Kingdom. At that time, the grudges between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm will not only be buried, but also become partners that help and support each other. Compared to killing each other, isn't this better? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. This information was too huge for the human supremes. Waves were rolling in his heart, unable to calm down. Killing the ruler, he didn't even dare to think about such a thing. After a long time, he calmed down and asked, "Why do you think so highly of me?" "Because of the power of faith." As the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, even he didn't get the power of faith. Instead, you, a human, got the faith of the living beings of the Divine Kingdom. Why is that? This is because you are indeed a person who sincerely cares about the common people. Having you rule the Divine Kingdom, I think it should be a blessing for the living beings of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang smiled. You also know about the power of faith? The human supremes were surprised. I know a little. I believe you should also know that I have an independent world. Maybe soon, I will also be able to control the power of faith. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Black Tortoise Realm was no secret in the Sky Cloud Realm. Therefore, people like Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko had already inquired about it in the Black Tortoise Realm. I have indeed heard of your Black Tortoise Realm. The human supremes nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me add one more thing. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't need to do anything. You, the human supremes, may die in the hands of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom." Die in the hands of the ruler? The human supremes were stunned. Madman and the other three also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. The human supremes was the subordinate of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. He was loyal and powerful. How could the ruler of the Divine Kingdom attack him? This was a bit unreasonable. Chapter 4083. Qin Feiyang glanced at the madman and the others before looking at the human race supreme being. I'm not trying to scare you. The reason why I dare to say this is because I have proof. What proof? The human race supreme being frowned. It's still the power of faith. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The power of faith, the human race supreme being murmured. The madman and the others were also pondering. Suddenly, the madman's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I think I already understand what you mean. I remember that the young man said that the power of faith will become stronger and stronger until it can even threaten the ruler." That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the human race supreme being with a smile. Although you have the power of faith now, you might not understand the power of faith as well as we do. The human race supreme being became more and more confused. He really didn't know that it could threaten the ruler. If the living beings of the world are compared to water, then this world is a boat. The water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. The faith and will of the living beings of the world can support this world, but it can also overturn this world. Think about it, with the personality of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, will he allow such a thing to happen? I can tell him with certainty that he won't. He hasn't done anything to you now because the power of faith you have hasn't reached the point where it can threaten him. Furthermore, you are very strong. For now, you still have a lot of value. But if one day he discovers that you have become a threat to him, he will definitely get rid of you at the first moment. Qin Feiyang said. The human race supreme being's pupils contracted. Of course. You will definitely say that you are not afraid of death. But have you ever thought that after you die, the Divine Kingdom's ruler will choose a new leader of the human race? Can you guarantee that this new leader will treat the living beings of the world well? If he really treats the living beings of the world well, then that's fine. But if he is a tyrant, then it will definitely be a scene of misery and suffering. Senior, can you bear to see this happen? Qin Feiyang closed in step by step, causing the hearts of the human race's supremes to be in a mess. Now that you've won the trust and faith of all the living beings in the world, you should stand up and do something for them. Even if the chances are slim, we should still try to fight for it. This is what a true human paragon should be like. Qin Feiyang sighed. The supreme master of the human clan lowered his head in silence. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else. Madman and the other three were also silent. Inside the hall, green smoke rose from the teapot on the tea table, and the hall gradually fell into a dead silence. Several hundred breaths passed. Seeing that the supreme being of the human clan had yet to speak, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be in a hurry. You can take your time to think about it. This time, I have come here to ask you about another matter. Although there was a famous saying to strike while the iron was hot, sometimes, when faced with some things, one really could not be impatient. Wasn't there another famous saying? Haste makes waste." The supreme being of the human clan took a deep breath, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "What is it?" Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing. Mu Qing waved his hand, and the top of a giant mountain appeared in the void beside him. There was a tea garden on the top of the mountain, and it was full of divine tea trees. This was the place where Ji Shaoi was found by him using the all-seeing eye. Looking at this place, the pupils of the supreme being of the human clan immediately shrank. This vision was clearly captured by Qin Feiyang and the others, and they thought that it must be an extremely terrifying place. After all, even the supreme being of the human clan seemed to be afraid of it. "How did you know about this place?" The supreme being of the human clan asked. This is the scene that Mu Qing saw when he checked Ji Shaoi's whereabouts with the all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang did not hide it. The supreme being of the human clan looked at Mu Qing and exclaimed, "The all-seeing eye is indeed extraordinary, but you'd better not go to this place." "Why?" The five of them were suspicious. "Because this is a place that even the divine king and I don't dare to set foot in." The supreme being of the human clan had a serious expression. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. If even the supreme being of the human clan and the divine king didn't dare to set foot in this place, then how dangerous was it? Qin Feiyang, not good. Suddenly, Mu Qing's eyes trembled. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him in shock. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, "The divine king and the king are bringing people to Mount Supreme." He had been using the all-seeing eye to spy on the whereabouts of the king and the divine king. At this moment, the two giants were gathering the experts of their clans and preparing to rush to Mount Supreme. How did they know that we were at Mount Supreme? Li Feng frowned. The God race and the purple gold divine dragon clan have spies all over the divine kingdom. Mu Qing killed Zhao Hong at Mount Supreme. How could such a big commotion be hidden from them? A cold light flashed in the mad scientist's eyes. Then what do we do now? Li Feng was worried. Retreat. The mad scientist immediately stood up. Mu Qing, the white-eyed wolf and Li Feng also stood up. All-seeing eye, the supreme being of the human clan looked at Mu Qing. Another powerful opponent. No. In a sense, Mu Qing was more terrifying than Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the others were terrifying because they killed enemies. In other words, they were terrifying on the battlefield. But outside the battlefield, Mu Qing was a bigger threat. Qin Feiyang asked, "Senior, one last question. What is the strongest battle soul that Ji Shaoi, Lu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyue have? You can even find out the battle souls of Jiang Yunshuang and the other two. Do you still need to ask me?" The supreme being of the human clan shook his head. "Don't be so stubborn, okay? If you are afraid of the ruler, there is no need to do so now. Because the ruler has already left the divine kingdom." The mad scientist frowned. The ruler has already left the divine kingdom? The supreme being of the human clan was surprised. Nonsense. If he still left the divine kingdom, would we dare to openly discuss this with you? The mad scientist rolled his eyes. Then where is he now? The supreme being of the human clan asked. Nether King Hell. He shouldn't be able to return in 10,000 years. The white-eyed wolf laughed coldly. The supreme being of the human clan was shocked. No wonder this group of people became so unscrupulous. It turned out that the ruler had already left the Divine Kingdom. However, why did the ruler leave the Divine Kingdom? The danger that Qin Feiyang and the others brought to the Divine Kingdom was obvious to all. Even if the ruler was being held back by the Ice Dragon and the Heaven-Devouring Beast, he should have stayed in the Divine Kingdom to pay attention to the situation. Suddenly, his body shook. That's right. The Ice Dragon and the Heaven-Devouring Beast. The ruler's departure was most likely out of his own will. The mad scientist looked at the supreme being of the human clan and was about to speak. Qin Feiyang reached out his hand to stop the mad scientist and smiled. Then, Senior, please think about it carefully. This Junior and the others will take our leave. Saying so, he looked at Li Feng. Li Feng understood and opened a space-time tunnel. The group of 5 quickly left. Not long after they left, accompanied by powerful auras, the ruler and the Divine King's group arrived. Without any hesitation, his divine sense enveloped Mount Supreme. But in the end, they couldn't find any trace of Qin Feiyang's group. Divine King, ruler, come in and talk. The voice of the supreme being of the human clan sounded in the main hall, and the tightly shut door slowly opened. The ruler and the supreme being looked at each other and immediately entered the main hall, disappearing. Heavenly Lord Ji and the other powerhouses stayed outside and talked with the various sovereigns of Mount Supreme. Qingtian City. Outside the city. The mad scientist said angrily, "We didn't find anything. This trip was completely in vain." It wasn't in vain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. What do you mean? The mad scientist frowned. Didn't you notice? The supreme being of the human clan has begun to waver. Now, we just need an opportunity. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. What kind of opportunity do we need? The mad scientist was suspicious. This is possible. We still need the ruler of the Divine Kingdom to help us. If the ruler of the Divine Kingdom really does something to him, it is equivalent to forcing him to rebel. And I believe that this day will come sooner or later. Qin Feiyang chuckled. If what the young man said is true, then the supreme being of the human clan will indeed be killed sooner or later. At that time, we can take the opportunity to save him. Then, wouldn't we be able to make the supreme being of the human clan our partner? The white-eyed wolf laughed. The mad scientist pondered for a while and nodded. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang said, "Now, let's split up." Split up? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf, immediately go to the North Continent and find a way to find out about Ji Shaoi's battle soul and where he is now. But remember, don't be impulsive. Wait for us. Qin Feiyang reminded. Okay. The mad scientist nodded and asked suspiciously, "But what are you going to do?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Find a chance to meet the Divine King and see if we can complete the deal." When the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf heard this, they immediately looked forward to it. If they could complete the deal, then they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 3 ultimate profound laws. Then be careful. The ingrate warned before turning around and tearing through the sky like a bolt of lightning with Madman. After watching the two leave, Qin Feiyang turned to Mu Qing and said with a smile, "Now, I will have to trouble you to spy on the whereabouts of the Divine King and the mad scientist." "Leave it to me." Mu Qing smiled. After the all-seeing eye evolved, she had become more confident than before. Chapter 4084. Late at night. It was extremely quiet in the mountains. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were both sitting cross-legged on the ground. Below them was a time formation. This was the time law of 5,000 years in a day, and it was personally set up by Qin Feiyang. Now that he had grasped the ultimate meaning of the time law, he could naturally set up a time formation. Don't say. Setting up a time formation with his own hands still gave him a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Mu Qing's eyes flashed, and she turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, who were resting with their eyes closed, and said, "The Divine King and the King have already left Mount Supreme." The two opened their eyes one after another. Li Feng looked up at the waning moon in the night sky and frowned, they actually stayed at Mount Supreme for an entire day. They can't be plotting something, right? I don't know if they are plotting anything. But one thing is certain, the king and the divine king must have already heard about the ruler leaving the divine kingdom from the human sovereign. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to Mu Qing. Where did the divine king go? Straight back to the island of gods. The king has also returned to the North Continent. The human sovereign is still at Mount Supreme. Mu Qing said. All right. Li Feng, let's go to the island of gods now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The island of gods. Like a giant beast, it floated in the night sky, making people feel intimidated. In a hall. The divine king and the 10 sovereigns of the god race were gathered here. The divine king looked at the 10 sovereigns and said, I gathered you here in the middle of the night because I have a few things to discuss with you. The 10 sovereigns were silent, waiting for him to continue. Today, I discussed a lot of issues with the divine kingdom and the human sovereign at Mount Supreme. One of the most serious issues is that the ruler of the divine kingdom has already left the divine kingdom. The divine king said. What? The 10 venerables immediately fell into chaos. The divine king raised his eyebrows and said angrily, You are one of the 10 great venerables of the god race, second only to one and above all. How can you be so flustered? What is this? My lord, it's not our fault. The Creator is the pillar of the divine kingdom. Now that the pillar has left, how can we not panic? The God Clan Great Venerable sighed. I can understand. That's why I'm telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. From now on, the situation in the divine kingdom will definitely become more serious. Because without the sovereign, Qin Feiyang and the others will be even more unbridled. The divine king clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. Where is the sovereign now? When will he return? The 10 reverends of the god clan asked. Hades, hell. I believe all of you have heard of this place. The divine king said. I've heard of it. Back then, Ji Yanhai led a group of people to kill their way into hell. The Blood Demon King used the power of his entire clan to stop him. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. The great venerables nodded. Hades is a continent in the lower realm of the sky cloud realm. The sovereign's presence in Hades must have something to do with the ice dragon and the heaven-devouring beast. In other words, it will be difficult for the sovereign to return to the divine kingdom within 10,000 years. The divine king sighed. The great venerable asked doubtfully, How did you know about this? Qin Feiyang was the one who told the human race supremes about this. And this Qin Feiyang, the killing intent in the divine king's eyes intensified as he said this. That person by Qin Feiyang's side called Mu Qing has already stolen Jiang Zishan's all-seeing eye. All of this was seen by Mu Qing with the all-seeing eye. Bastard. The 10 great venerables were furious. If Jiang Zishan's all-seeing eye had been stolen, then Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Xing's eye of life and eye of evil must have been stolen as well. Compared to anger, we should be more afraid now. Eye of heaven, eye of despair, all-seeing eye, eye of evil, eye of life. Now, the sky cloud realm already has the 5 strongest battle souls, and they have all evolved successfully. It's not an exaggeration to say that if these 5 people join forces, let alone encircle them, I'm afraid even tracking their whereabouts will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The divine king let out a long sigh, feeling powerless. Hearing this, the 10 great venerables also fell silent. Yes. Back then, only Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor were so difficult to deal with, let alone now, there were 3 more people with the strongest battle souls. And now, the sovereign was not here. Was the divine kingdom really going to decline? They were unwilling. If the entire sky cloud realm had invaded the divine kingdom, they could still accept it. But now, it was just a few young people. A few young people had shaken the foundation of the entire divine kingdom. Just thinking about it made them feel ridiculous. The divine king took a deep breath, looked at the 10 great venerables, and said, So the second thing I want to ask you, are we still going to rescue Jiang Yunshuang and the others? Of course. The 10 great venerables said without hesitation. Because he was Jiang Yunshuang's great-grandfather. Jiang Yunshuang was also the most outstanding young person in his lineage. However, the other 9 great venerables were silent. What are you doing? Although Shuang-er's battle soul has been taken away, her talent is still there. As long as she is nurtured well, in time, she will be able to master the will of heaven. Moreover, Shuang usually treats you with respect, and you should know in your heart how filial she is. Now that she is in trouble, are you just going to watch her die? The 10 venerables glared at the other 9 great venerables. One of the venerables sighed and said, "We don't deny Jiang Yunshuang's talent, but without the strongest fighting soul, his achievements will be limited." Old 8, your words are too heartless. What do you mean by limited achievements? Back then, when you were young, you didn't have the strongest fighting soul, but didn't you still enjoy the resources and treatment that others dreamed of? The 10 venerables said furiously. The 8th venerable lord glanced at the 10th venerable lord and lowered his head in silence. Actually, the most important thing is still the inheritance of the ultimate profound. If you want to rescue the 3 of them, you'll have to exchange for the inheritance of 3 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. 3 legacies, this is not something that ordinary resources can compare to. The God Clan Great Venerable shook his head. I admit it. But now, Shuang has mastered the ultimate profundity of the 3 ultimate laws. Jiang Xing and Jiang Zishan also mastered 2 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Could it be that his talent is still not comparable to the 3 successions? No matter what, I won't give up on saving them. If you don't save them, I'll think of a way myself. The attitude of the 10 venerables was very firm. What can you do? The Divine King looked at him. I don't know yet, but there will always be a way. The 10th venerable lord said in a deep voice. Boom! But at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Who's there? Immediately after, a shout rang out. The Divine King and the 10 venerables looked at each other and immediately walked out of the main hall. They saw that there was a big hole in the barrier in the sky above. An enforcer stood in the sky and scanned the surroundings. In his hand, he was holding a piece of paper. What's going on? The Divine King asked. The enforcer landed in front of the Divine King and the others and said respectfully, Lord Divine King, someone blasted open the barrier earlier, but this person disappeared too quickly. I didn't see his face clearly, but I found a letter. After saying that, he bowed and handed the letter to the Divine King. The Divine King took the letter and opened it. There was a line of words written on it. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, please go to the 1000 Phoenix Mountain alone for a chat, Divine King. Who's so bold? One of the venerables frowned. Do you still need to think? It must be Qin Feiyang and those little bastards. The Divine King clenched his 5 fingers and the letter was torn to pieces. His eyes were extremely gloomy. It was simply too arrogant to come and go as they pleased in the sacred land of the god race. The 10 venerables' expressions were also extremely ugly. They had never seen such an arrogant person. You can leave. The Divine King looked at the enforcer and said. The enforcer bowed and left. The Deity King looked at the 10 reverends and said in a deep voice, they want me to go to the 1000 Phoenix Mountain alone. It should be to exchange for Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2. Now, make your stand. Will you save them or not? We must save them. The 10 venerables said. The venerables of the god race looked at the 10 venerables and sighed. Save them. Otherwise, the people below will probably talk about us behind our backs and say that we're cold-blooded and heartless. The other 8 venerables looked at each other and sighed helplessly. If they didn't save them, they might really be cursed in the future. Since all of you have agreed, I'll send a message to the king and the supremes of the human race now and ask them for the inheritance of the laws. The Divine King took a deep breath and entered the main hall. 3 days later. Late at night. The 1000 Phoenix Mountain was a steep mountain range in the west of the South Continent. The ferocious beasts there were very powerful. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to set foot there. But at this moment, a figure descended on the mountain peak like a ghost and couldn't be captured. Where is he? Is he playing with me? It was a woman with a hint of anger in her tone. It was the Divine King. At the same time, outside the mountain range, in a dense forest, 3 young men stood side by side. How is it? The leader asked. It was Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing smiled and said, the king, the supremes of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji and the venerables of the other races are all hiding in the Divine King's space divine item. They know that we have the all-seeing eye, but they still did such a childish thing. Don't you think it's funny? Li Feng sneered. They're betting that we'll let our guard down. If we're careless and don't use the all-seeing eye, won't we fall into their trap? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If that's the case, then they've underestimated us. Li Feng's face was full of disdain. Since the Divine King doesn't listen to us, then let's teach him a lesson. Let's go to the Divine Island. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. If he didn't teach these people a lesson, they wouldn't remember. Boom. Soon. With a loud rumbling sound, the Divine Island floating in the night sky was torn apart. There weren't many casualties among the god race. Soon, the Divine King and the others received the news. Damned little bastard. The Divine King and the 10 venerables of the god race were instantly enraged. I told you that it's impossible to encircle them now. The supremes of the human race sighed. They didn't hurt the god race, nor did they take away the spirit vein or the crystal vein. They only destroyed the Divine Island. Seems like they're warning us. The king also shook his head and smiled wryly. He looked at the Divine King and said, let's deal with them honestly. Then, he opened a passage and left with Heavenly Lord Ji and the others. The supremes of the human race also returned to the West Continent with the overlords of the human race. At the top of the mountain, the supremes of the human race pulled a long face. The 10 venerables clenched their fists and tried to control their anger. Chapter 4085. What's wrong with you all? You all look so pale. Tell us, who provoked you, we'll help you vent your anger. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, and 3 figures descended on the mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The one who spoke was Li Feng. With the appearance of the 3, the Divine King and the 10 venerables of the God clan immediately glared at each other. Why are you still glaring at us? We didn't provoke you. Mu Qing looked at the group of people with a mocking look. The Divine King said angrily, you dare to say that what happened on the island before has nothing to do with you? What happened on the island before? Why didn't we receive any news? Mu Qing looked at Li Feng and asked. I don't know. Li Feng shook his head. The Divine King's face was livid. How dare he play dumb in front of her? Okay. No matter what, they are also seniors. As juniors, we can't be so rude. Qin Feiyang raised his hand to stop the 2 of them. He looked at the Divine King and the 10 honorable ones and said apologetically, I'm sorry, these 2 brothers of mine are not very sensible. I apologize to the seniors on their behalf. Cut the crap. Let's make a deal. The Divine King suppressed the anger in his heart. Straightforward. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 appeared. However, at this moment, the 3 of them were in a coma. Because their Qi was destroyed, they couldn't sense any cultivation aura on their bodies. This was naturally deliberately done by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. In this way, they could cover up the fact that their laws were stolen. However, to be honest, at this moment, they were still a little nervous. After all, the Divine King and the 10 venerables were all old and shrewd people. They weren't so easy to fool. What did you do to them? The 10 venerables said angrily. Not only did they stink, but they also couldn't sense their cultivation. Well, when I asked them to hand over their fighting souls, they were unwilling to cooperate, so I destroyed their sea of qi and suppressed them in the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Do you still have any humanity left? The 10 venerables were so angry that they almost vomited blood. He also knew about Soul Seal Valley. The news that Ryuko, Jiang Chen, and the others had been suppressed in the soul-sealing valley had long spread throughout the Divine Kingdom. For a prodigy like Jiang Yunshuang, being suppressed in the soul-sealing valley was more painful than death, let alone losing face. Human nature? Humph. When you invaded the Sky Cloud realm, why didn't you reflect on yourselves? Do you have any humanity? Cut the crap. If you want to trade, then hurry up. If you don't want to trade, then I'll kill them now. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He was more than happy to bicker with these people. Because bickering could distract these people's attention. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, Li Feng waved his hand, and the space-time law rolled out, enveloping Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2. The 3's lives were hanging by a thread. This was also discussed in advance. Not giving the Divine King and the others time to think. In other words, using the lives of Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 to force the Divine King and the others to quickly complete the trade. Sure enough. Seeing Li Feng's move, the Divine King and the 10 venerables' faces changed. The Divine King immediately took out 3 palm-sized iron boxes. Qin Feiyang said playfully, don't tell me that these are all the inheritances of the ultimate meaning of the death law. It seems that the inheritances given to you by the ruler last time were very unsatisfactory. The Divine King sneered. At first, it was indeed unpleasant. But in the end, we were quite satisfied. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 had a hint of ridicule at the corner of their mouths. The Divine King frowned. What does that mean? You will understand in the future. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said casually, open the boxes and let us take a look. The Divine King waved his hand and the 3 iron boxes opened. The aura of the 3 laws instantly surged out like a tidal wave. The law of death, the law of destruction, and the law of devour. Looking at these 3 inheritances, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seems that the Divine King and the others really didn't have many inheritances of the ultimate meaning. Otherwise, they would have been given the same inheritances as last time. Give them the people. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and smiled. Li Feng waved his hand and the unconscious Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 immediately flew towards the Divine King and the 10 venerables. The Divine King also waved his hand. The 3 iron boxes turned into streaks of light and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others. To be honest, the Divine King and the 10 venerables didn't dare to play any tricks at the moment. Because the monarch and the human supremes had left with their people, the Divine King and the 10 venerables couldn't fight with the current Qin Feiyang at all. Making an honest deal was the wisest choice. With the 3 inheritances in hand, Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a smile. Li Feng and Mu Qin looked at each other with bright smiles on their faces. It went smoother than expected. On the other side, the 10 venerables also immediately protected Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2. The 10 venerables looked at the injuries on Jiang Yunshuang's body and felt distressed. They immediately activated the law of life and streams of majestic life energy immediately flowed into the 3's bodies. The 3's injuries immediately healed at a visible speed. The ultimate meaning of the law of life. Qin Feiyang stared at the 10 venerables with glittering eyes. Compared to other ultimate laws, the law of life was even rarer. Because the law of life not only had extremely strong killing power, but also had amazing healing abilities. It could be said that, as long as one mastered the ultimate meaning of the law of life, there would be no need for elixirs in the future. Qin Dage, should we kill them? Li Feng looked at Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2, who were gradually getting better and about to wake up, and asked telepathically. We've already made the arrangements in advance. Do you think we should kill them or not? Qin Feiyang snickered secretly. As long as it was a hidden danger, it had to be eliminated. Because with Jiang Yunshuang's character, once the tiger returned to the mountain, he would definitely think of ways to take revenge in the future. He didn't want to be remembered like this forever. At this moment, Jiang Yunshuang and the other two's eyelids twitched, and then they opened their eyes one after another. Great-grandfather, Lord Divine King, the three looked at the Divine King and the others with a trace of joy on their faces. But then, they got up with a venomous look. Great-grandfather, Lord Divine King, you must seek justice for us. Qin Feiyang and the others not only took away our battle souls, but also our ultimate meaning. Jiang Yunshuang roared. What? Hearing this, the Divine King and the 10 Venerables' expressions changed, and they immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Don't get me wrong, they did it willingly. Qin Feiyang smiled calmly. Yes. Ultimate profound meanings can only be extracted from them if they are willing. If they don't want to, it's useless for us to force them. Li Feng chuckled. The Divine King and the 10 Venerables frowned. What he said made sense. We didn't do it willingly. They forced us to do it. Jiang Xing roared and told them one by one about how the white-eyed wolf, Li Feng, and Mu Qing had forced them to do it. You damn bastards, you're too shameless. We're irreconcilable. The 10 Venerables stared at Qin Feiyang and the other two and roared like thunder, their eyes full of killing intent. Irreconcilable, the three of them looked at each other, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on their faces. The Divine King was also very angry, but suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. The transaction had been completed, so why didn't Qin Feiyang and the other two leave? Could it be, not good? Let's go. She roared and immediately swept up a group of people, activated the moment of time, turned around, and flew away. As expected of the Divine King. She reacted so quickly. Qin Feiyang whispered. But he didn't chase after them and just watched the Divine King escape with a group of people. Mu Qing and Li Feng's faces were also full of ridicule. With Qin Feiyang's character, would he give them a chance to escape? What's going on? They didn't chase after us? Am I thinking too much? The Divine King was shocked. But suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the mountains and rivers around them. The Divine King and the others were startled. They hurriedly looked up and saw many people flashing out from the mountains and rivers around them with destructive energy. And these people's appearances were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. 3,000 clones. The Grand Venerables of the God race exclaimed. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? The Divine King was furious. Nothing serious. I just want to kill Jiang Yunshuang and the other two. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Divine King was immediately enraged and shouted, You've already taken away their battle souls and ultimate arcana, and you still want to kill them? Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and Mu Qing surrounded them step by step. He shook his head and sighed. Speaking of which, it's actually your Dominator's fault. The Dominator? The Divine King was shocked. How did this have anything to do with the Dominator? If he hadn't tricked us and given us more than a dozen identical inheritances, we wouldn't have come to kill Jiang Yunshuang and the other two. Qin Feiyang sighed. What do you mean? The Divine King was confused. It was impossible to escape. The 3,000 clones had already surrounded them aggressively. Even though she and the 10 Venerables were present, they didn't have the courage to fight head-on. The only people in the entire Divine Kingdom who could compete with Qin Feiyang were the Purple Gold Divine Dragons. Because only the Purple Gold Divine Dragons had 3,000 clones. I can't tell you this because it will affect my future plans. I'll give you a chance now. Kill Jiang Yunshuang and the other two and I'll let you go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Plans? The Divine King's eyes trembled. What plans did this person have? Don't even think about it. The 10 Venerables roared. Boom! The 6 ultimate mysteries were activated, and the will of heavenly Tao erupted. You're overestimating yourself. One of the clones sneered and activated the ultimate mysteries of life and death. As the will of heavenly Tao erupted, it immediately crushed over. Poof! The 10 venerables' body and mind trembled as they spurted blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Was this the power of the life law? It was indeed invincible. However, the god race wasn't that easy to bully. Boom! The furious 10 venerables took a step forward, and the mark of the god race between their eyebrows erupted with dazzling divine light. The ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws reappeared. Under the double blessing of the will of heavenly Tao and the mark of the god race, the lethality was almost close to the ultimate mysteries of life and death. But in the end, it was still a little lacking. The mark of the god race was comparable to the root of all evil. The root of all evil was inferior to the law of life and death. The mark of the god race was naturally inferior to the law of life and death. He couldn't even defeat one of Qin Feiyang's clones. What else could he do? Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the 10 venerables was once again seriously injured by the clones. Fortunately, he had mastered the law of life, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Chapter 4086. The 1,000 Phoenix Mountain had already collapsed. Terrifying battle waves roared in all directions. The mountains and rivers in all directions were crazily shattered, as if it was the end of the world. In the sky, the wind howled. The 10 sovereigns half-knelt in the void, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The divine king and the other 9 sovereigns' expressions were extremely grave. Jiang Yunshuang was even more so. The strength that Qin Feiyang had displayed now far surpassed what he had displayed in the sky-cloud boundary. In the past, she still had the courage to fight. But now, looking at Qin Feiyang, only fear was left in her heart. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. The 3,000 incarnations, Li Feng and Mu Qin, exuded a murderous aura. Only Qin Feiyang was as calm as ever. But this calmness made the divine king and the others even more afraid. One last thing. Kill them and I'll spare your lives. Qin Feiyang said. You've gone too far. The divine king was furious. Wasn't it the same as humiliating them to kill the juniors of their clan? Although Jiang Yunshuang and the other two's battle souls and ultimate ultimacies had been taken away, their talents were still there, and they had exchanged 3 inheritances for them. If they really killed them, wouldn't it be a double loss? You won't listen when I talk to you nicely? Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 3,000 incarnations activated the ultimate ultimacies of the law of life and death at the same time. The 3,000 kingdoms of life and death were like 3,000 worlds descending. Coupled with the will of the heavenly path, they exuded a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth. The divine king was just about to attack when he saw the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death appear. An uncontrollable fear emerged in his heart. The 10 sovereigns and Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 were also terrified. Was this Qin Feiyang's current strength? Even if they all attacked together and awakened the high-grade sovereign divine weapon, it would be meaningless. Although the divine master and the 10 sovereigns all had the will of the heavenly path and the god clan's mark, they only had slightly more than 60 ultimate ultimacies. How many times was the difference between 60 and 3,000 ultimacies? This was a one-sided situation. Not good. The monarch and the sovereign of the human race have returned. But at this moment, Mu Qing's pupils shrank as she turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed slightly as he swept his gaze toward the 3,000 clones. Kill! The 3,000 clones understood and roared at the same time. The 3,000 kingdoms of life and death immediately attacked the divine king and the others with a terrifying power. Everyone, hold on! The divine king roared. With a wave of his hand, he sent Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 into the spatial divine item. She also heard Mu Qing's words. As long as they could hold on until the monarch and the supremes of the human race arrived, the crisis would naturally be resolved. He's really going to protect them with his life. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. The more the divine king acted like this, the more he wanted to kill Jiang Yunshuang and the others. Boom! After sending Jiang Yunshuang and the others into the spatial divine item, the Divine King and the 10 sovereigns activated their ultimate intents. Just like the monarch, the Divine King also grasped the ultimate intents of the 7 ultimate laws. The 10 sovereigns grasped the ultimate intents of the 6 ultimate laws. With a total of 67 ultimate intents, together with the mark of the God race and the will of the heavens, they could sweep through everything. However, 67 ultimate intents seemed insignificant in front of the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death. Boom! With a series of earth-shattering explosions, the 67 ultimate intents of the Divine King and the others instantly collapsed like a piece of dead wood. The 3,000 kingdoms of life and death charged forward. Clang! At this critical moment, a treasure mirror appeared. This item was about the size of a cattail leaf fan. The frame was as white as jade, and there was a divine dragon on the left and a divine phoenix on the right. The shape of the mirror was like a long and narrow eye. Divine light flashed and illuminated the sky. The Dragon Phoenix Treasure Realm. This was the Divine King's high-grade sovereign weapon. Boom! A terrifying aura of a ruler of Tao burst out of his body and protected the godly emperor and the 10 martial highnesses like a surging tide. He indeed has a high-grade sovereign weapon. Mu Qing's and Li Feng's pupils contracted. Although Li Feng's current strength wasn't bad, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of a high-grade sovereign weapon. This was because a high-grade sovereign weapon was comparable to 100 low-grade sovereign weapons, which meant that it was equivalent to 100 ultimate intents of the ultimate laws. It could be said that, without the 3,000 clones, even Qin Feiyang, who grasped the ultimate intents of the law of life and death, wouldn't dare to fight against a high-grade sovereign weapon. Therefore, one couldn't underestimate the power of a high-grade sovereign weapon just because Qin Feiyang had the ability to crush it. In short, as long as they didn't encounter the 3,000 clones, the high-grade sovereign weapon was invincible. However, at this moment, the misfortune of the Divine King and the others was already decided. Not only did Qin Feiyang have 3,000 clones, but he also grasped the ultimate intents of the law of life and death. Boom! The 3,000 kingdoms of life and death charged forward. Kacha! Along with a shattering sound, the Dragon Phoenix mirror shattered into pieces on the spot, completely unable to resist. The 10 supremacies' expressions changed, and they immediately activated the law of life. However, even the law of life, which had reached the ultimate intents, couldn't save their lives. Accompanied by a series of screams, the bodies of the Divine King and the 10 supremacies were shattered one after another. Kacha! Another shattering sound rang out, and a spatial divine item appeared from the shattered body of the Divine King. It was directly shattered by the 3,000 realms of life and death. Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 fell out of it in a sorry state. Right now, they were only at the lesser and greater mastery sovereign realm. How could they resist the 3,000 realms of life and death? In just an instant, accompanied by desperate screams, the 3 were completely destroyed. Not even a strand of hair was left. Shuang, The 10 supremacies' divine souls roared, their teeth bared and their eyes cracked. The Divine King and the other 9 supremacies were also burning with anger. But at the same time, there was also a deep sense of helplessness in their hearts. With the current Qin Feiyang, not to mention the prodigies of the younger generation, even people of the older generation like them did not have the power to fight back. Have mercy! In the blink of an eye. At this moment, space-time tunnels appeared one after another. The monarch and the human race supremacy shouted at the same time from the space-time tunnels. Qin Feiyang glanced at the space-time tunnels with a faint smile in his eyes. He turned to Li Feng and said, "Let's go." Li Feng immediately opened a space-time tunnel. The 3 turned and walked in without looking back. The 3,000 clones also collapsed, but the 3,000 realms of life and death didn't disappear. They attacked the Divine King and the 10 supremacies' divine souls. Just as the 3 left, the monarch and the others appeared from the space-time tunnel. Seeing the Divine King and the others' situation, the monarch and the human race supremacies' expressions changed. Swoosh! Without hesitation, The monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji activated the 3,000 clones. The human race supremacy also activated the power of faith. The rest of the human race and the purple gold divine dragon race powerhouses also attacked. In the end, although they successfully protected the divine king and the 10 supremacy's divine souls, the monarch and the other powerhouses were also fatally injured. The group of people fled the battlefield at lightning speed. They turned around and looked at the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain that had become a chaotic zone, their faces full of fear. It was too terrifying. Now, with just Qin Feiyang's power alone, he could destroy the entire god race. The human race supremacy looked at the divine king and the 10 supremacy's divine souls and sighed. Fortunately, we decided to return at the last minute. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Yes. If we had been one step later, the divine king and the 10 supremacies would have died without a doubt. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. Is that really the case? The monarch whispered. What do you mean? Heavenly Lord Ji and the others looked at the monarch in confusion. In my opinion, Qin Feiyang didn't intend to kill the divine king and the 10 supremacies at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given us a chance to rescue the divine king. The monarch said. The human race supremacy looked at the monarch and then at the divine king and the others' divine souls. He nodded and said, I think so too. He was already merciful. When everyone heard this, they could not help frowning. He was merciful to the divine king and the 10 supremacies. What was Qin Feiyang planning? The divine king and the 10 supremacies' injuries were too serious. Even though their divine souls were saved, they were already unconscious. The monarch and the human race supremacy discussed for a while and asked Heavenly Lord Ji and the others to escort the divine king and the 10 supremacies' divine souls to the island. After the group left, only the monarch and the human race supremacy were left. Supremacy. Do you think they have the potential to do so in the future? The monarch asked. I don't know. The human race supremacy shook his head. Sigh. It's really confusing. Although Qin Feiyang has shown great potential and strength, he still has to face the dominator of the divine kingdom in the future. It's really too risky to bet on him now. The monarch sighed. It would be fine if he won the bet. But if he lost, not only the purple gold divine tribe but also the entire human race in the divine kingdom would be wiped out. It would be too easy for the dominator of the divine kingdom to destroy them. Let's wait and see. At least for now, they haven't started a massacre in the divine kingdom. Besides, don't forget about the central dynasty. Although the dominator isn't here and you're the dominator of the divine kingdom in name, if the people of the central dynasty show up, even you, the monarch, have to listen to their orders. Besides, apart from the central dynasty, there are also the beast race and the sea race. You and I both know how loyal the sea race and the beast race are to the dominator, and their strength can't be underestimated. The human race supremacy was worried. The future situation was worrying. The sea race, the beast race, the central dynasty, the monarch murmured. The human race supremacy's meaning was quite obvious. Before he had full confidence, he couldn't make a decision easily. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to his race. Qingtian City. In the mountains outside the city. Great. Mu Qing couldn't stop laughing. Not only did they kill Jiang Yunshuang and the other two, but they also successfully obtained 3 inheritances. Now they could go to Longqing and unlock the seals of the 3 iron boxes. Li Feng was also full of smiles. But suddenly, he frowned slightly, looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing, and asked, what if Longqing doesn't admit it? After all, he didn't see us killing Jiang Yunshuang and the other two with his own eyes. Chapter 4087. Don't worry, I've already prepared. Mu Qing chuckled and took out a divine sound transmission stone from her bosom. Huh? Li Feng was stunned and asked, you've already recorded it? Of course. Just in case. Mu Qing nodded. And you have foresight. Li Feng was impressed. Compared to these people, there was still a gap. Because at that time, he didn't think about it at all. Mu Qing smiled and said, "Why don't we go to Longqin now and help you unlock the seals of the 3 iron boxes?" This, Li Feng pondered for a while and shook his head. "I'd better wait a little longer and help Brother Crazy and Brother Wolf unlock the seals first." Because Crazy only lacked 3 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. White-Eyed Wolf only lacked 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. If he helped them unlock the seals first, they could directly master the will of heaven. As for Li Feng, he only mastered 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, namely the space-time law and the time law. So even if he unlocked the seals of the 3 iron boxes, he couldn't master the will of heaven. That's true. At present, what we need the most is a powerhouse who can master the will of heaven. Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and handed the 3 inheritances to Mu Qing. "For me?" Mu Qing was stunned. "Yes. Mu Tianyang already has 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, so it's naturally your turn next. You can integrate these 3 inheritances first, and we'll slowly think of a way for the remaining 3. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Thank you." Mu Qing took the 3 inheritances. These 3 inheritances were the Destruction Law, the Death Law, and the Devour Law. As long as he integrated these 3 inheritances, even without the will of heaven, he would be able to fight against the heaven's pride of the divine kingdom in the future without the help of the flame magic sword. But you'll have to wait a little longer for the integration. Qin Feiyang said. "I understand. We still have to meet up with the madman and the white-eyed wolf." Mu Qing nodded and smiled. She put away the 3 inheritances and immediately activated her all-seeing eye to check the whereabouts of the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf. Very soon. He could see where the 2 of them were at the moment, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were suspicious. Mu Qing said, "They are actually drinking in a restaurant." Ugh! Li Feng was stunned. Didn't he ask them to gather information? Why did he go to a restaurant? If they are in a restaurant, then it means that they are not slacking off, because restaurants are the best place to gather information. Let's just wait for the good news. Qin Feiyang smiled and led the 2 into the Black Tortoise world. In the blink of an eye. Thousands of years passed in the Black Tortoise world. But in the outside world, only 1 day had passed. Boom! On this day. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the Devil's Land. Auspicious clouds rolled over and shrouded the sky. A wave of heavenly Tao pressure roared in all directions. "This is..." Qin Feiyang walked out of the ancient castle and looked at the sky in surprise. The will of heavenly Tao. When he closed his eyes and released his perception, he soon found the person who had broken through. It was Longqin. At this moment, Longqin was sitting cross-legged under a tree of creation in the herb field. His expression was extremely serene, and his body was surrounded by the power of the 6 strongest laws. They were the Death Law, Space-Time Law, Time Law, Cause and Effect Law, Destruction Law, and the last strongest law was the Nothingness Law. Swish! Soon. The will of heavenly Tao descended and went straight to Longqin. It was also at this moment that Longqin opened his eyes and looked at the descending will of heavenly Tao, his eyes full of joy. It turns out to be this woman. Li Feng and Mu Qing also walked out. Sensing Longqin's aura, their eyes were full of envy. "There is no hurry. It's only a matter of time before you guys do it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, swept up the 2 of them, and instantly landed beside Longqin. At this moment, the will of heavenly Tao had already integrated into Longqin's body, and the auspicious clouds were gradually dissipating. "Congratulations." Qin Feiyang chuckled. For them, it was naturally a joyous thing that Longqin had mastered the will of heavenly Tao, because this meant that their overall strength had increased by a large margin. It's a matter of course, there's nothing to congratulate. Longqin waved his hand, got up, and patted the dust off his clothes, but the pride in his expression was clearly visible. Li Feng pursed his lips and looked at Longqin, saying, "Your brother should be there soon." Him? When Long Qin heard this, he said proudly, "It's still too early for him." In the past, when we asked him to integrate the inheritance, he looked disdainful, saying that he had to rely on himself to comprehend. In the end, when I integrated 4 inheritances, he didn't even comprehend one ultimate meaning. This attitude of yours won't do. Your brother wants to comprehend it himself because he has ambition. Li Feng despised him. Can ambition feed you? Moreover, didn't he still choose to integrate the inheritances now? You people are courting death for no reason. You don't want a ready-made one and insist on showing off. Long Qin snorted coldly. Hey, hey, hey. Just talk about your brother, don't drag us into it, okay? Mu Qing's face darkened. I'm giving you face by talking about you. I can't be bothered to talk about ordinary people. Long Qin raised his head, looking insufferably arrogant, making Mu Qing feel helpless. If it was in the past, if Long Qin showed such an attitude, no one would feel comfortable in their hearts. But now, instead, they felt that it was a little cute. Let me show you something. Mu Qing took out the divine voice transmission stone and displayed the scene of Jiang Yunshuang and the other 2 in the void in front of them. You guys are so fast. Long Qin was dumbfounded. She originally planned to deal with Jiang Yunshuang personally after she came out of seclusion. If we don't act quickly, how can we show our sincerity? Can you help us unlock the seals of the 3 iron boxes now? Li Feng asked with a smile. Long Qin heard this and looked at Li Feng with a trace of playfulness in her eyes. Li Feng's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly said, "A man of character keeps his word. Don't go back on your words." "I'm a little girl," Long Qin said in a teasing tone. The corners of Li Feng's mouth twitched. Did a woman have the right to go back on her words? Cough, cough. Brother, haven't you heard of this saying? In this world, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. Mu Qing patted Li Feng's shoulder and said meaningfully. Sigh. Li Feng sighed. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. This saying was indeed true. Qin Feiyang did not say anything about this matter. He would wait until he met the white-eyed wolf and the lunatic and let them settle it themselves. Perhaps, when the white-eyed wolf made a move, there would be an unexpected effect. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly took out the divine sound transmission stone. The phantoms of the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf immediately appeared. This damn woman is also here? The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Qin in surprise. Who are you scolding? Scold me again if you dare. Long Qin stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. I'm scolding you. What can you do? The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth, looking provocative. Wait and see. Long Qin gritted her teeth. She was already thinking about how to teach this wolf cub a lesson later. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf playfully. This guy still didn't know that Long Qin had already mastered the will of heaven. When they meet later, there will definitely be a good show to watch. The white-eyed wolf also noticed Qin Feiyang's strange eyes and couldn't help but have an uneasy premonition. How's the investigation? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. With us taking action, is there anything we can't handle? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and said, We have already inquired clearly. Ji Shaoi's battle soul is the Eye of Destiny. We have also investigated Lu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyue's battle souls. Lu Zhongtian has the Eye of Destruction, and Zhuang Mingyue has the Eye of Oblivion. Eye of Destiny, Eye of Destruction, Eye of Oblivion, Qin Feiyang murmured. On their side, the Eye of Oblivion was Lin Yi. The Eye of Destruction was Lu Zhengyang. Now, Lin Yi and Lu Zhengyang weren't in the Divine Kingdom. If they wanted to snatch them, they would have to capture Zhuang Mingyue and Lu Zhongtian and bring them back to the Sky Cloud realm. Did you find out who owns the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Nothingness? Qin Feiyang asked. Of the 10 strongest battle souls, 8 of them had already appeared. Only the eye of reincarnation and the eye of nothingness were still missing. We have also inquired. But there is no information about the eye of reincarnation and the eye of nothingness. So we guessed that the eye of reincarnation and the eye of nothingness might not be in the divine kingdom. Madman said. Not in the divine kingdom? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and frowned. Could it be in the sky cloud realm? But we have been in the sky cloud realm all these years and have never heard of anyone possessing the eye of reincarnation and the eye of nothingness. I don't know. Anyway, at present, there is no news about the eye of reincarnation and the eye of nothingness in the divine kingdom. Madman shook his head. Then let's ignore these two battle souls for the time being. Have you inquired about where Ji Shaoyi is now? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, give me the coordinates, we will meet up with you immediately. North Continent. At this time. It was noon. The scorching sun was in the sky. In the west, there was an extremely remote mountain range. Here, the mountains were towering and the vegetation was vigorous. Around the mountain range, there were many small villages. The people who lived here were no different from ordinary mortals. Deep in the mountain range. On a mountain peak. Two young men, with their auras restrained, stood beside a big tree like ghosts, looking at a village not far ahead. These two were really Madman and White-Eyed Wolf. Swish. About a few breaths later. A space-time passage appeared behind the two of them. The two of them turned their heads and saw Qin Feiyang and the other three walking out of the space-time passage. Damn wolf cub. Long Qin immediately stared at the White-Eyed Wolf unkindly. Stop fooling around. The White-Eyed Wolf hurriedly reached out to stop him and said in a deep voice, the target is in front, don't let them find out. Long Qin was stunned and looked up at the village in front of him. Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and Mu Qing also looked up. When they saw the full appearance of the village, they could not help but be stunned. There were a total of 10 households in the village, formed by small inconspicuous wooden buildings, looking more backward than ordinary small villages. This was too ordinary. I'll let you go first, you bastard. Long Qin stared at the White-Eyed Wolf and scanned the village, frowning. This place looks very ordinary on the surface, but in fact, it is extraordinary everywhere. You have good observation skills. The White-Eyed Wolf laughed. Chapter 4088. Although the village was ordinary, there was not a single beast around the village. There were only some birds, butterflies, bees, rabbits, and other small animals. Above the village, one could faintly sense the aura of the power of laws. There was even the aura of a time array. Moreover, the vegetation in this mountain range was exuding an abnormally exuberant vitality. It was as if there was a spring of life here. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Long Qin and asked, use your battle soul to take a look. Okay. Long Qin nodded, her eyes emitting wisps of divine light. When she activated her battle soul and looked at the village again, a trace of shock appeared on her face. The time array that had merged with the earth was revealed. What was even more terrifying was the sky above the village was filled with an invisible force. This was formed by the power of the strongest laws. According to her analysis, these power of laws had all reached the level of ultimate meaning. Moreover, deep underground in the village, she also saw many spirit veins and crystal veins. These spirit veins and crystal veins were all top grade. Just imagine. If it was an ordinary village, how could there be such things? We have already come to observe earlier. There are a total of 15 old people here. The madman whispered. 15 old people? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. The people living here are either old men or old women. Other than Ji Shaoyi, there isn't even a young man. The madman said. There isn't even a young man. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said with a smile, it seems that this should be the place where the 15 old people live in seclusion. The White-Eyed Wolf suddenly asked, since Ji Shaoyi is here, it means that these old people are related to the purple gold divine dragon clan. Do you feel the intimacy of blood being thicker than water here? I really don't. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then this is strange. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf suspiciously and asked, "You didn't hear the origin of these people?" "No. We went to ask the people of the other villages nearby. But we heard that these 15 old people usually never leave the village and never communicate with the people of other villages, so we are not very familiar with them." The madman shook his head. So mysterious. Li Feng's eyes were filled with curiosity. Not only is it mysterious, but it must be terrifying. Otherwise, the human race's supreme would not have advised us not to come here. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then, should we go or not? The white-eyed wolf asked. Of course. And I'm going to do it openly. Because no matter how close we are, we will not be able to go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a single step, he appeared 1,000 miles away. Li, and madman, Li, at the same time. At this moment, all the elders in the village raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. They came really fast. An old man with white hair chuckled. This is the ability of the all-seeing eye. No matter where Ji Shaoyi is hiding, they will be able to track him immediately. An old woman laughed hoarsely, then looked away and continued to wash clothes by the river. The other old people also continued to drink tea, chat, play chess, or fish. It was a peaceful and harmonious scene. Swish. Soon. Qin Feiyang and the others came to the sky above the village and landed on the other side of the river in front of the village. The river was 5 or 6 meters wide. On the opposite bank of the river, an old man was sitting on a small stool, fishing quietly. Not far away, an old lady washing clothes also kept her head down, as if she didn't see Qin Feiyang and the others. Everyone was busy with their own things. What do you mean? Do you think we are air? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stood quietly by the river, watching all of this. At the top of the back mountain. In the tea garden. Master Ji Jiao was pruning the tea trees as usual. Next to him was a young man in purple. This man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and straight and had an extraordinary appearance. But at this moment, there was a trace of nervousness on his well-defined face, and he glanced at the other side of the river in front of the village from time to time. Are you scared? Master Ji Jiao asked with a smile without looking back. Ji Shaoyi was stunned and immediately scratched his head awkwardly. You don't have to feel embarrassed. If I were you, I would be scared too. After all, they are all people who can kill you. But you don't have to worry about us at all. Master Ji Jiao smiled faintly, full of confidence in his words. Hearing this, Ji Shaoyi's nervous heart finally calmed down. Time passed by little by little. In the sky above the village, smoke also rose. The aroma of food came to the nose. People who don't know and see all this will really think that this is an ordinary small village. The white-eyed wolf muttered. Isn't this the life we have always been looking forward to? Like the clouds and wild cranes, carefree. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't talk nonsense. This is what you aspire to, not what we aspire to. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Isn't it boring to live like this? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. In a person's life, there were nothing more than 2 choices. One was to live a vigorous life, and the other was to live a plain life. Many people would choose the former. They thought that if they didn't live a vigorous life, wouldn't they have come to the human world in vain? However, Qin Feiyang preferred the latter. Plain life was a blessing. Of course. Everyone had a different understanding of life and life. Qin Feiyang's idea didn't represent everyone's idea. Splash. The old man on the other side suddenly became spirited. He grabbed a fishing rod and pulled hard. A big fish about half a meter long immediately floated out of the water, setting off waves. As expected, there are distinguished guests. I've never caught such a big fish here before, the old man said with a smile. He carried the fish ashore and shouted, "Old woman, hurry up and clean it up. Let these guests have a taste." An old woman came out of the village. Seeing the big fish she caught, she also beamed with joy. The old man finally looked at Qin Feiyang and the others on the opposite side and said with an apologetic smile, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry for the neglect. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. On the other hand, we juniors have taken the liberty to come and disturb the quiet cultivation of the various seniors." Qin Feiyang also cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Seeing Qin Feiyang's attitude, whether it was the old man standing on the opposite side of the river or the other old men sitting in the village drinking tea and playing chess, they all admired him. He was neither arrogant nor impetuous. He was humble and polite. This was a very good first impression. Haha. Don't talk about meditation. We are just a group of ordinary old men. The old man on the other side of the river smiled hoarsely and said, "If you don't mind, please come to the village and have a taste of the fish. Deference is no substitute for deference." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Then he led Mu Qin and the others across the river and landed beside the old man. "Please." The old man chuckled, showing his hospitality. "Sorry to disturb you." Qin Feiyang smiled and followed the old man to the village. He glanced around and said with a smile, "Seniors, you really know how to enjoy life. I can't help it. I'm old. If I don't hide, I will definitely be despised by you young people." The old man shook his head and smiled. "Don't say that. Isn't there an old proverb? An old man in the family is like a treasure." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Young man, you really know how to talk." The old man laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "I have yet to ask for Senior's name. I wonder if you can tell me?" "Just call me Ji Lauer," the old man said casually. During the conversation, under the old man's lead, they entered the village. The other old men in the village also showed kind smiles to them. "Ji Lauer, you really need to thank these young friends. Look at you. After being here for so many years, the biggest fish you have caught was only as long as a finger. It's not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." An old man looked at Ji Lao and teased him. "That's right. Otherwise, how can you say that they are honored guests?" Ji Lao chuckled. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, "Let me introduce you all. This is my big brother. You can call him Boss Ji. The others are also our brothers. Ji Lao-san, Ji Lao-san. There is also an old man called Ji Lao-san. He is in the tea garden at the back of the mountain. He will come back when dinner is ready. As for those old women, they are the wives of Ji Lao-san, Ji Lao-san, Ji Lao-san, and Ji Lao-san. They are cooking now. I will introduce them to you one by one at the dinner table." Ji Lao introduced them one by one. Qin Feiyang nodded and bowed. "Greetings, elders. No need to be so polite." Boss Ji waved his hand and smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "May I know your name, little brother?" "I am Qin Feiyang. These are my companions." Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. Although these people didn't seem to know them, it wasn't hard to tell from Ji Shaoi that they knew their identities. Asking them now was just a formality. Ji Lauer looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "So you are the famous Qin Feiyang. Sorry for the disrespect. Senior, you are too polite." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Boss Ji suddenly asked, "Little brother, do you know how to play chess?" "Just a little." Qin Feiyang smiled humbly. "Then how about we play a game?" Boss Ji looked at Qin Feiyang with great interest. "As long as you don't mind, I am happy to play." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It is rare for a young man to be willing to play chess with an old man like me." I am more than happy. Why would I mind? Come, come, come. Let's play a game before the dinner is ready. Boss G couldn't wait to clean up the messy chess pieces on the board. Qin Feiyang smiled and sat opposite Boss G. He helped to clean up. This doesn't seem right. Seeing this, White-Eyed Wolf's expression was very strange. Indeed, it doesn't seem right. It is very different from what I imagined. Li Feng nodded. He thought that there would be a fierce battle here, but he didn't expect them to be treated like guests. He didn't even feel any hostility. These old men and women couldn't be planning something in secret, right? Chapter 4089. White-Eyed Wolf and the others couldn't help but be surprised. They couldn't be careless in a place that even the supreme master of the human clan was afraid of. However, Qin Feiyang had been very calm. As the black and white pieces fell, the game between him and Boss G officially began. Qin Feiyang's chess skills had always been good. He started learning in the capital when he was a child and could be considered a little genius in chess. But later, after being expelled from the capital, he rarely touched the chessboard and rarely played chess with others. Because he didn't have the leisure time. Survival was a problem. Until a few years ago, when he entered the Shen village and met Shen Mulan. Although Shen Mulan's strength was not strong, in terms of chess attainment, he could be said to be the most powerful person he had ever met in his life. In those years when he played chess with Shen Mulan, he basically lost. Similarly, also because he often played chess with Shen Mulan, his chess skills were much better than before. Not long after the game started, Qin Feiyang saw the depth of Boss G's chess skills through the way he played chess. In terms of strength, 100,000 Shen Mulans were no match for Boss G. But in terms of chess skills, even 10 Boss Jis were no match for Shen Mulan. And Qin Feiyang, although at first he was defeated by Shen Mulan, later, as his chess skills improved, he often won a game. Such chess skills naturally surpassed Boss G's. About 100 breaths. Qin Feiyang seized the initiative and pressed on step by step, making Boss G feel a great pressure. Even beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. For Boss G, he rarely played chess with outsiders and usually played with Ji Lao and his brothers. Compared with Ji Lao and his brothers, his chess skills had always been superior. And because of this, he was very confident in his chess skills. In the beginning, Qin Feiyang agreed to play chess with him, and he also thought that he would win. And in his opinion, young people nowadays were too utilitarian. How could they be proficient in chess? Even if they knew how to play chess, they only knew a little. But he never expected that Qin Feiyang's chess skills were so extraordinary that in just 100 breaths, he was defeated. Beside him, Ji Lao and the others gathered behind Boss G and stared at the chessboard with a solemn expression. This young man's chess skills could simply crush them. Not only was he so talented in cultivation, but he was also so good at chess. For rookies like them, Qin Feiyang's chess skills were godlike. As for the mad scientist and the others, they had mocking expressions on their faces. If he hadn't gone to the Shen family village, Qin Feiyang's chess skills would probably be similar to Boss G's. But now, things were different now. Playing chess with him was simply asking for a beating. Of course. In terms of chess, Frenzy and the others were even worse. He probably wasn't even a tenth of Boss G. Because just like Boss G's view of young people nowadays, they were not interested in playing chess at all. If he had the time, he might as well have a good sleep. Another 100 breaths passed. There was a deathly silence. Boss G looked at Qin Feiyang, who was holding a chess piece, with a serious expression. Because this move was related to the life and death of the entire chess game. As long as the chess piece in Qin Feiyang's hand landed in a crucial position, Boss G's side would immediately lose. Therefore, Boss G was very nervous. As an elder, losing to a junior was a bit shameful for him. Looking at Qin Feiyang again, he glanced at the chessboard with a confident smile on his face. As long as he wanted to, he could immediately win. However, After glancing at Boss G on the opposite side, the chess piece in his hand landed in another position. Not only did this position not end the game, but it also released the suppression on Boss G, allowing Boss G's chess piece to come back to life. Even. Because of this move, Qin Feiyang's chess game, which was originally in his grasp, directly fell into a disadvantageous position. What do you mean? The mad scientist and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. He could obviously kill Boss G in one move, but why did he let him go? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Impossible. Such an obvious chess game, even rookies like them knew where the weak point was. How could Qin Feiyang not know? At the same time, on the opposite side, Boss G, Ji Lauer and the others were also stunned. What was this kid doing? A good move, how could it end up like this? Boss G came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Since the opportunity was sent to him, then don't blame him for not being polite. He picked up the chess pieces one by one and changed from defense to offense. After a while, because of the previous concession, Qin Feiyang lost this chess game. Huh, Boss G laughed from ear to ear. Old Qin, what are you doing? The mad scientist looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. He was obviously going to win, but he had to play and lose. Wasn't this stupid? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't explain. He looked at Boss G and smiled. Senior's chess skills, this junior admires. This sentence, Boss G should be happy to hear. But at this moment, he couldn't be happy. He felt that there seemed to be a hidden sarcasm in these words. Actually, Qin Feiyang didn't mock him, it was just a casual polite sentence. He looked at Boss G and asked with a smile, why don't we play another game? Again? Boss G was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled, this junior is also a person who doesn't admit defeat. This, Boss G hesitated. The reason for that was because Qin Feiyang had clearly gone easy on him earlier. If he played again, he was afraid that he would lose miserably. There was a good saying, stop when you're ahead, otherwise, you're asking for humiliation. Senior, don't tell me you don't have the courage. Qin Feiyang chuckled as he packed up the chess pieces. At this moment, his words were obviously filled with provocation. Even the tone of his words had become different from before, with an unconcealable sharpness. What did you say? No courage? What a joke, come on then. Boss G snorted coldly. Boss, forget it. Seeing this, Ji Lauer and the others hurriedly hinted to Boss G. But Boss G was very unhappy and turned a deaf ear to it. He quickly kept the chess pieces on the chessboard and said, this time, this old man will let you go first. How can an elder let a junior go first? Senior, please go first. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. All right. Boss G nodded and the chess piece in his hand fell. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and the chess piece in his hand also fell. Following the placement of the chess piece, an austere aura began to pervade the chessboard. Boss G's heart trembled. He felt that the current Qin Feiyang and the previous Qin Feiyang were like two different people. Not to mention anything else, just this murderous aura made him nervous. Immediately after, he picked up a chess piece and after a very serious consideration, he put it down. However, Qin Feiyang's every move was very casual, without any consideration. It was as if the entire game had been deduced in his mind. Moreover, with every chess piece that was placed, the murderous aura became stronger. So much so that after 100 breaths, the entire village was shrouded in a murderous aura. Qin Feiyang's every move at this time was also full of murderous aura. Boss G's face was extremely serious. Could this be Qin Feiyang's true way of chess? Boom! As Qin Feiyang's last chess piece fell, a gust of wind suddenly appeared and the entire chessboard was shattered on the spot. The terrifying murderous aura also rushed towards Boss G. Boss G instinctively retreated and his face turned pale. At this moment, he felt as if there were countless sharp blades flying towards him, sharp and piercing. Boss. Ji Lauer and the others hurried forward and looked at Boss Ji with concern. Boss Ji's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. It was just a game of chess, but it made him feel as if he had gone through a bloody battle. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Qin Feiyang stood up and cupped his hands with a smile. The murderous aura that permeated the village also dissipated. Boss Ji looked at Qin Feiyang, took a deep breath, and asked, "You lost to me on purpose in the first game?" To this, Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. In the first game, you lost to me on purpose. In the second game, you started to kill and crush me. This is the so-called peaceful means before resorting to force. Boss Ji said. Qin Feiyang still smiled and didn't say anything. Peaceful means before resorting to force. Ji Lauer and the others heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang. Was this a hint for them to take the initiative to hand over Ji Shaoi? So that's how it is. Frenzy and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyang did this for another reason. What a wonderful game. Suddenly, a hoarse laugh sounded. Old Nine? Boss Ji and the others were taken aback and hurriedly looked up. They saw an old man with a purple-clothed youth walking over from the back mountain. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but look up. The old man's aura was ethereal, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. The youth was tall and straight, and his bearing was extraordinary. As expected, this old man was Ji Jiao on the top of the mountain. The purple-clothed youth, needless to say, was Ji Shaoi. It was the first time they saw Ji Shaoi himself, and he looked quite temperamental. An old man and a young man landed in the village. Although Ji Jiao and the others were there, Ji Shaoi couldn't help but feel terrified when facing Qin Feiyang and the others. Little friend, why don't we play a game? Ji Jiao walked to the table, and with a wave of his hand, the power of law spread out, and a virtual chessboard gradually emerged. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Old Qin, he is provoking you. Frenzy transmitted his voice. This person is so confident, his chess skills should be quite good. Long Qin frowned. If it was just a normal game, it wouldn't matter. But now, it was obviously an invisible contest. Boss Ji might even be injured when facing Qin Feiyang's attack. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he cupped his hands with a smile. Yes, Master Jiao, please. Straightforward. Ji Jiao smiled hoarsely, raised his hand and pointed in the air, and a chess piece appeared on the chessboard. With the appearance of the chess piece, the chessboard suddenly turned into an azure battlefield, as if there was a terrifying demon king staring at Qin Feiyang. This strange phenomenon was not only noticed by Qin Feiyang, but also Frenzy and the others, Boss Ji, and Ji Shaoi who were watching by the side, and they instinctively took a few steps back. Their faces were extremely solemn. Chapter 4090. At the scene. Only Qin Feiyang looked as indifferent as ever. Are you here to show me who's boss? He smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, another chess piece appeared on the chessboard out of thin air. The two chess pieces stood opposite each other. It was as if the wills of Qin Feiyang and Ji Jiao were colliding, setting off a shocking wave. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Ji Jiao chuckled. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Black and white chess pieces kept appearing. The two were facing each other, and their auras were rolling in all directions. This old man's chess skills are so good. Madman was surprised. Old Jiao's chess skills are much better than mine. I'm afraid that even Qin Feiyang is no match for him. Old Jiao looked at Ji Jiao with expectation in his eyes. That's not necessarily true. Madman sneered. During the conversation, the black and white chess pieces had already met for dozens of times. Qin Feiyang's chess piece was white, and Ji Jiao's chess piece was black. The two were fighting back and forth like thousands of troops and horses. It was hard to tell who was the better one. Not bad. You're the first person among the younger generation in the Divine Kingdom who can reach this level of chess skills. However, the chess game is ever-changing. You need to take every step carefully. One wrong step and you'll lose the whole game. Your weakness is that you're too aggressive. Ji Jiao glanced at the chessboard and soon found Qin Feiyang's weakness. The black chess piece was placed, and the game suddenly became one-sided. Qin Feiyang smiled without saying a word. Although he was already at a disadvantage in the game, he wasn't nervous at all. White chess pieces kept appearing one after another. At first, Ji Jiao thought that victory was already in his hands, but gradually, he seemed to have found something, and his eyes gradually became solemn. On the other hand, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face became even brighter. Boom! Hundreds of rounds passed. The game was instantly reversed. Qin Feiyang, who was originally at a disadvantage and passively defending, directly seized the initiative and launched an attack in the air. This is, Master Ji Jiao's eyes widened. On the surface, I was indeed very aggressive earlier. However, that was actually a flaw that I deliberately exposed. Furthermore, it was also a trap that I deliberately set up. In other words, earlier, when you thought that victory was within your grasp, you had already unknowingly fallen into my trap. Now, you don't even have the chance to defend yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When the white go stones were placed, the entire go board instantly turned into a dead end. A trap, Ji Jiao murmured as he scanned the chessboard. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any hope. They had been planning this from the very beginning, just waiting for this moment. He was indeed a terrifying young man. This move is called leading the wolf into the house. I learned it when I played chess with an elder. Of course, there is also a way to break it. Let's just see if Lord Jiao can find this last bit of hope in this hopeless situation. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Inviting a wolf into the house, Ji Jiao muttered. Since there was a way to break it, even if there was only a trace of hope, with his attainments in Go, he would definitely be able to find it. Who was the one who said that old Qin was no match for someone? Madman looked at Boss Ji jokingly. Boss Ji coughed dryly, his expression full of embarrassment. Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang's attainments in Go had already reached such a level? He had overestimated old Jiao. I see. It was also at this moment. Ji Jiao revealed a look of realization and said with a smile, the so-called leading the wolf into the house is simply more harmful than beneficial. Because as long as the wolf is strong enough, it can eat the person who set the trap. The black go stones appeared. The entire go board suddenly changed drastically. Ji Jiao thought that he had turned the tables, and a victorious smile almost appeared on his face. However, the next moment, he found that although the go board had changed greatly, his situation had not changed at all. Instead, it was getting more and more disadvantageous for him. It was as if the white go stones on the opposite side had become an inescapable net, imprisoning him inside. I forgot to tell you that the so-called chance of survival is also the gate of hell. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a white go stone appeared on the go board. He chuckled and said, inescapable net, done. At this moment, the whole go board had completely become a dead end, and there was no chance of survival. Inescapable net, Ji Jiao murmured. Looking at the whole go board, it was as if it was really an inescapable net, cutting off all his hope. Was he going to lose just like that? No. Even if it was an inescapable net, he would definitely be able to find the exit. Ji Jiao slowly closed his eyes. His mind was integrated into the whole go board. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and his mind surged. Don't you want to give this old man time to observe? Ji Jiao raised his eyebrows. Yes, because there is no unbreakable go board in the world. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was an exchange of thoughts. The whole go board turned into a vast world. The chess pieces on the chessboard turned into bright stars. Qin Feiyang and Ji Jiao's minds seemed to be in the sea of stars at this moment, standing opposite each other. What are they doing? Li Feng was surprised. Both of them closed their eyes, and it became quiet in an instant. The two of them communicated with their minds, and the onlookers couldn't hear them at all. They have entered a different state. Longqin's eyes were filled with wisps of divine light, and it was obvious that he had activated his battle soul. He frowned and said, "Their real battle has just begun." Hearing this, Boss Ji and the others looked at Longqin in surprise. How could this little girl know so clearly, as if she could see it? This kind of battle seems to be very good. In the endless sea of stars, Ji Jiao looked at Qin Feiyang opposite him and chuckled. I think so too. But since it's a battle, there should be a bet. Qin Feiyang smiled. You want a bet? Ji Jiao was stunned. Aren't you asking the obvious? Apart from Ji Shaoi's Eye of Destiny, what else can tempt me? Qin Feiyang smiled. As expected, you're here for Ji Shaoi. All right. Let this old man see if you have the ability. Ji Jiao took a step forward, and the stars in the sky shook. Ultimate Intense roared out, and a destructive aura surged toward Qin Feiyang. 6 Supreme Laws. Death Edict, Destruction Edict, Spacetime Edict, Time Edict, Nothingness Edict, and Devour Edict. Each of the Ultimate Intents contained a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao. Very strong indeed. Qin Feiyang chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the kingdom of life and death appeared. As the will of the heavenly Tao erupted, the world immediately trembled. This is the ultimate intent of the life and death edict, Ji Jiao murmured. Boom! The ultimate intents of the 6 supreme laws erupted like a volcano, and the power to destroy the world blasted out. No law can compete with the life and death edict. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the kingdom of life and death pressed down. Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, the two were shattered in the starry sky. 1 against 6. This was the power of the ultimate intents of the life and death edict. Strong. Ji Jiao's eyes were solemn. Even for him, this was his first time witnessing the ultimate intents of the life and death edict. This was more than surpassing the supreme laws. It was simply crushing. However, as an existence that even the monarch was in awe of, he had more means. Boom! In just an instant, 8 ultimate profundities appeared above Master Ji Jiao's head, accompanied by terrifying auras. In addition to the 6 ultimate intents that appeared before, the other 2 ultimate intents were the life edict. The ultimate intents of the life edict turned into a divine lotus, which not only exuded a majestic life energy, but also a great divine power. However, the other ultimate intents was a law that Qin Feiyang had never seen before. It was a world of darkness and light. It was like hell and heaven, with devils on one side and angels on the other. The aura it exuded was not inferior to the ultimate intents of the spacetime edict. Looking at this ultimate intents, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of surprise. You haven't seen it before? That's true. Even if you can fuse the death and life edict, you may not be able to fuse the light and darkness edict. Ji Jiao said. The light and darkness edict? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. This is the light and darkness edict after the fusion of the light and darkness edict. Although it is not comparable to the life and death edict, after the fusion of the 2 ordinary light and darkness edict, it can evolve into an ultimate law. Ji Jiao waved his hand, and the 8 ultimate intents of the 8 ultimate intents charged toward Qin Feiyang with earth-shattering power. So that's how it is. The light and darkness edict can be fused. Qin Feiyang murmured. He had never heard of this before. And he had never seen it in the sky cloud realm. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although the lethality of the light and darkness edict was far less than the life and death edict, it was definitely not easy to fuse 2 edicts. For example, the death and life edict were both comprehended by Qin Feiyang by chance. Boom! The kingdom of life and death reappeared. The power of life and death roared like a raging wave and blasted out. Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the kingdom of life and death shattered on the spot in the face of the 8 ultimate intents of the 8 ultimate intents. Qin Feiyang, who was standing in front of the chessboard, immediately overflowed with purple gold dragon blood from the corner of his mouth. What? Old Qin is actually injured? Seeing this scene, Frenzy exclaimed. White-eyed Wolf, Li Feng, Long Qin, and Mu Qing also had a look of disbelief. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, how could he not be a match for Ji Zhou? What's going on? Boss Ji and the others looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. However, looking at the purple gold dragon blood at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth, their hearts were also incomparably complicated. This was the descendant of the little girl of the divine kingdom in the sky cloud realm. The descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan couldn't be compared at all. In the world of consciousness, the battle was still ongoing. After the 8 ultimate intents shattered the kingdom of life and death, they aggressively rushed toward Qin Feiyang. It seems that the greatest limit of the ultimate intents of the life and death edict is to fight 1 against 6. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Compared to the nervous Frenzy and the others, he was as if nothing had happened. 1 against 6, still not satisfied? Ji Zhou frowned. Of course I'm satisfied. However, if that's all you've got, then you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is that so? Then let this old man see your true strength. Ji Zhou's face revealed a look of anticipation. Chapter 4091. As you wish. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. Strands of power of law surged out like a tide. Time law, cause and effect law, life law, death law, and destruction law. Finally, it was the law of life and death. What? Ji Zhou's face changed on the spot. In addition to the law of life and death, he had mastered so many ultimate laws. When he fought with the king before, didn't this kid master the ultimate laws of life and death, death law, life law, and cause and effect law? When did he master the ultimate profundities of the laws of destruction and the laws of time? What a terrifying young man. How long had it been? His strength had skyrocketed again. Boom! The ultimate laws of the two collided again. The kingdom of life and death was 1 against 6. Death law, life law, time law, cause and effect law, and destruction law. 5 ultimate laws. Such destructive power was comparable to 11 ultimate laws. As for Ji Zhou, he only had 8 ultimate profundities. How could he block all of Qin Feiyang's ultimate profundities? With a loud rumble, a scene of destruction was displayed. Ji Zhou's 8 ultimate laws could completely contend with the power. Puff! Outside, Ji Zhou, who was standing in front of the stone table, also spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. What? Old Zhou is also injured? Boss Ji and the others were shocked, and their faces were full of worry. However, Madman and the others looked at the blood Ji Zhou spat out, and their eyes were full of shock. It was purple gold dragon blood. In other words, Ji Zhou was a purple gold divine dragon. Since he was a purple gold divine dragon, why didn't Qin Feiyang feel the kinship of blood thicker than water? They immediately looked at Boss Ji and the others. These people claimed to be brothers. In that case, they were all purple gold divine dragons? We must have entered the dragon's nest. Long Qin murmured. Aren't you also a divine dragon? White-eyed Wolf laughed secretly. How can I be the same as them? Long Qin glared at the white-eyed wolf and said in a deep voice, don't forget an important point. These people are the purple gold divine dragons. Even the supreme beings of the human race have to respect them. Moreover, even the monarch trusts them so much. They might even have 3,000 incarnations. Hearing this, the mad scientist, white-eyed wolf, Li Feng, and Mu Qing's eyes trembled. That was probably a possibility. If it was a one-on-one battle, Qin Feiyang could rely on the law of life and death to put up a fight. But if they ganged up on Qin Feiyang, and if all the old people in this village really had 3,000 incarnations, then even Qin Feiyang, who had grasped the laws of life and death, wouldn't be a match for this group of people. This was because if 15 old men activated 3,000 clones together, that would be a total of 45,000 clones. As for Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, how could they possibly defend against 45,000 incarnations? Not to mention a battle, just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. In the world of consciousness, the battle was getting more and more intense. The heaven and earth formed by the chessboard began to collapse. If you were born in my purple gold divine dragon clan, you would definitely become the pride of our entire clan. Ji Zhou's face was full of admiration, but then he shook his head and said, but if you want to defeat us and take away Ji Shaoi, you will never be able to do so. As his voice fell, 3,000 identical people appeared behind him. 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The appearance of 3,000 incarnations was enough to prove that Ji Zhou was a purple gold divine dragon. Just like the mad scientist and the others, since the other party was a purple gold divine dragon, why couldn't he feel it? Because we have deliberately sealed the aura of the purple gold dragon blood. Ji Zhou seemed to see the doubts in Qin Feiyang's heart and said in a hoarse voice, "Why do you want to do this?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "First, because we want to keep a low profile. I believe you have also noticed that there are many villages near this mountain range. We can't let them know our true identity. Second, we know you will come, so we want to see your character." Ji Zhou said lightly. "You know I will come?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was a bit unexpected. Although we old antiques don't care about worldly affairs and live in seclusion all year round, it's not difficult for us to predict your arrival. You kidnapped Jiang Yunshuang and the others and took away their battle souls. Besides, since you have already found Jiang Yunshuang and the others' battle souls, you must have also found Ji Shaoi's battle souls. So you must have asked Mu Qing to use the all-seeing eye to find Ji Shaoi's whereabouts. This is also why we asked the monarch to leave Ji Shaoi here. On one hand, it was to protect him, and on the other hand, it was to lure you here. Ji Zhou explained. I see. It seems that the truly terrifying person in the divine kingdom isn't the monarch, the divine king, the supremes of the human race, or the supremes of the other races, but the people in your village. Qin Feiyang smiled. No. We are not terrifying. The truly terrifying one is the Central Dynasty. The Central Dynasty is your greatest enemy. Ji Zhou's eyes flashed. You know about the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang was surprised. I know a little. Ji Zhou nodded. Tell me. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had always been puzzled by the Central Dynasty. So mysterious, what kind of place was it? Moreover, he had a premonition that the Central Dynasty would be his greatest obstacle in killing the sovereigns. There are some things that I have to uncover on my own. Besides, this old man doesn't know much. But there is one thing that this old man can tell you. If you can't even defeat us old guys, then you don't have the strength to shake the Central Dynasty at all. Ji Zhou smiled faintly. Then I'll defeat you first. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, and his 3,000 clones appeared. Boom! Ultimate intents appeared one after another, destroying heaven and earth. Looking at this scene, Ji Zhou smiled wryly. In terms of individual strength, this old man is truly inferior to you. No, in the entire purple gold divine dragon clan, human race, and divine race, no one is your match. In that case, do I have the qualifications to fight against the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang asked. No. Unless you can defeat all the old guys in the village. Ji Zhou said. Outside. Boss Ji and the others suddenly closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, a group of people appeared beside Master Ji Zhou in the world of their minds. What's going on? Madman was surprised. Not good. They're all going to help Ji Zhou. Longqin's expression changed. What? Madman and the others turned pale. When they came back to their senses, White-Eyed Wolf said in a deep voice, "Let's go help." No. To enter Qin Feiyang's mental world, we first need to be summoned by Qin Feiyang and get his permission before we can enter. But now, he's not summoning us. This means that he doesn't want us to take the risk. Long Qin shook his head. Risk? Li Feng frowned. That's right. There's also danger in a battle of wills. If Qin Feiyang is killed by the other party in the world of consciousness, then his consciousness will disappear. I don't need to tell you the consequences of losing consciousness. You should be clear about it. Long Qin's eyes were gloomy. What kind of joke is this? 10 old antiques going to deal with a junior? Don't you have any shame? Old Qin, let us go in and help. Madman roared. Losing one's consciousness was equivalent to losing one's life. At the same time, seeing the mental world of Boss Ji and the others, Qin Feiyang frowned. Old Jiu, what do you mean by this? You want us old guys to join forces to bully a junior? If this spreads out, how are we going to face others in the future? Boss Ji looked at old Jiu unhappily. Big brother, don't make it sound so easy, okay? Take a look for yourself. The ultimate law of life and death, plus the ultimate law of 5 ultimate laws. Who can be his opponent? Old Jiu smiled bitterly. If he could defeat this kid, he wouldn't have asked them to help. Boss Ji looked at Qin Feiyang opposite him. 3,000 incarnations had already activated their ultimate law. Among them, the law of life and death was the most dazzling. Because their aura was too terrifying, it was hard not to see it. Is the law of life and death really that strong? A black-haired old man walked out. He was the 10th brother of the 10 brothers, known as Old Jiu. Boom! As he took a step forward, 3,000 incarnations were activated. One ultimate law after another appeared, and the divine aura of heavenly Tao shrouded all directions. He also has 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could it be that these 10 brothers really have 3,000 incarnations? Moreover, in addition to the 3,000 incarnations, this old Jiu also mastered the ultimate law of 8 ultimate laws. Among them was the law of light and darkness. What kind of terrifying old monsters were they? Let this old man have a taste of it. Old Jiu's eyes turned cold. 24,000 ultimate laws instantly turned into a torrent that swept across the starry sky and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Boss Ji and the others also held their breaths as they stared at this scene. Qin Feiyang suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to look at the 3,000 incarnations with a smile. We can't disappoint these old seniors. The 3,000 incarnations laughed. Boom! The ultimates floating in the air immediately unleashed a world-destroying godly might as they charged forward. In terms of numbers, Old Jiu's ultimate laws were far more than Qin Feiyang's. 8 ultimate profound meanings, 24,000 of them. Qin Feiyang's 6 ultimate laws, a total of 18,000. However, the powerful 3,000 law of life and death could fight 1 against 6. In other words, just the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death could withstand 18,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. In the blink of an eye. Rumble. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking explosions, the torrents formed by the 2 ultimate laws finally met. A destructive aura roared in all directions. Cracks immediately appeared on the chessboard's world. Then, it began to crumble and fall. Outside, the chessboard suspended between Qin Feiyang and Ji Jiu was also rapidly cracking, and the black and white chess pieces on it were shattered one by one. Damn it! Bullying with numbers, what a bunch of old bastards. Looking at this scene, the frenzied one, the white-eyed wolf, and Li Feng were burning with anxiety. If the other party didn't have 3,000 incarnations, that would be fine. But if the 10 brothers all had 3,000 incarnations, then Qin Feiyang would definitely die.